Check 1, 2. Oh, we'll wait. Welcome, everyone. I call to order the July 12th, 2022 regular meeting of the City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Armato,
Here.
Councilmember Campbell,
Here.
Councilmember Massey,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Here.
Mayor DeToy.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can you please queue up public comment on the closed session agenda?
This is the time for members of the public to address the council on closed session items only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment. We have nobody here in the chamber, but we do have Kent Allen, who has raised his virtual hand. And Kent, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
My 3 minutes will begin when you turn on the camera. And I'm waiting. Can you guide me through this to change it so it's not perpendicular?
That's on your side, sir.
So my question is, can you guide me how to do it?
Turn the camera.
Yeah.
Kent, are you on your phone or computer?
I'm talking on a computer and I have my picture up there and it's perpendicular, and I'm asking if you could guide me through how to change it so that it's perpendicular.
Unfortunately not on a computer device. I'm not aware.
Then you can turn the camera off, please. Thank you. And then I'll introduce myself and begin. Okay, thank you. I'm calling tonight about the agenda item, which is 22-0419. It's the minutes approval of the minutes of the special closed session held on June 22nd. And my comments are relating to the comments made by Attorney Jenkins, who is obviously not in attendance tonight at that meeting. At that closed session meeting, Jenkins said that the city had one reportable action where the city would initiate a matter of litigation. Jenkins said that the requested the filing. Now that was June 22nd, which is 3 full weeks ago at this point. And I do have questions, 2 questions, and I would like to ask the council. Has the matter been filed? And if so, please make the details of the litigation available. Now, I sure hope I don't need to make a public request for information on this. And it seems to me like Jenkins and the city attorney's office is being specifically intentionally secret. And my hunch is that he's being secret so that he can get more billable hours on the public request for information. There's been a lot of discussion about public requests for information. And, you know, most of the community is, just for your information, is saying because the secretive nature of the way the city council is running. And I don't think that should come to any surprise to anybody at all. So I think he's trying to just get more billable hours by inviting the public to call in. Now, we can do it the easy way, or we can do it the costly Jenkins way. Just like the Armado Jenkins debacle on CrossFit, which, he only made money on by giving bad advice. Why not just be upfront and tell the public what's going on? Be transparent about what happened on the June 22nd meeting. Jenkins at the 22nd meeting actually invited the public to make public requests for information. Now, why do you think he did that? I think he did it because he makes more money by doing that. When you can just say it out loud. Just say what the truth is. Be honest, be open, be transparent. It's all going to be on the advocates of Hermosa Beach eventually anyways. And it certainly doesn't make the city council and Suja Lowenthal look good when they try to hide information. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Matt Mccool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening, Mayor DeToy, City Council staff, Matt Mccool. Actually, I was calling in on the same item. I just want to follow up on the June 22nd minutes that it was an actionable item at the end of that meeting. City Attorney Jenkins did say litigation was being initiated. I really think withholding any additional information was a lack of transparency, and he should have actually stated what that was. I have already made a public records request per City Attorney Jenkins' request. The city clerk has responded, so it's in the queue, and I am waiting on that. But it's what I don't understand, either there's a leak within City Hall or one of your people that you told is put it out, but kind of the word around town is already out what this is all about. I don't want to say it because I don't want to betray the confidence of the person who told me, but I just don't see there really needs to be a reason for the secrecy behind the litigation that the city is initiating. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you on the other side.
Seeing no one else in chambers and no one joining us, I'll close public comment and we will recess upstairs to the second floor conference room for closed session. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. I call to order the open session of the July 12th, 2022 regular meeting of the City Council. Will Commissioner Ellman lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Commissioner. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Armato,
Here.
Councilmember Campbell,
Here.
Councilmember Massey,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Detoy.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, could you please provide a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This meeting was called to order at 5 p.m. in these chambers. There were 2 public comments on the closed session agenda. There was no reportable action taken by the City Council this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Next up, upcoming city events. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Seeing none, I have a few. I'd like to thank Lisa Nichols and her teams for working with AVP to host a great event this past weekend. I know Lisa will continue to work with AVP to make sure that everything is cleaned up from the event. It was a great turnout, and we hope everyone enjoyed it. For Shakespeare by the Sea, it is the 25th anniversary of Shakespeare by the Sea, which hosts free community theatrical renditions of the classic Shakespeare at Valley Park. The community is invited to bring chairs and blankets to enjoy the presentation of Romeo and Juliet tomorrow, Wednesday, July 13th at 7 p.m., and Much Ado About Nothing, Thursday, July 14th at 7 p.m. At tomorrow's show, we'll be recognizing Lisa Coffey. She is the founder of Shakespeare by the Sea organization and is retiring after the season. The festival will continue after her retirement, but we're grateful for Lisa for organizing the festival for the last 25 years. And then we have my next mayor's conversation and cleanup will be Saturday, July 30th at 9 a.m. We're looking for volunteers to help paint and refresh the walls and structures around Clark Field. More details for that to come. And then another announcement is this Saturday, they'll be continuing the Greenbelt Restoration Project. So it's the same partnership with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. So they'll be planting it around 4th Street and the Greenbelt, and that will be Saturday. So again, volunteers in the morning to help plant some new native plants to the Greenbelt. Those are all of my announcements. And then next up is approval of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Second.
Any comments, recommendations, moving items up? Nothing? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Armato,
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell,
Aye.
Councilmember Massey,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Detoy.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Item 7A, proclamations presentations, recognizing National Parks and Recreation Month.
Wonderful. I will invite Lisa Nichols up, and I don't know which commissioners are going to also join her. I see Commissioner Pfizer Maines and also Commissioner Ellman.
Okay, let's try that again. Thank you, Mayor Detoy. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. July is Parks and Recreation Month. So each year, the National Recreation and Parks Association dedicates this month our Parks and Recreation Month, and they set a theme to go with the month. This year's theme is We Rise Up, and it celebrates how Parks and Recreation rises up to support the community's health and well-being. So we'd like to invite you all and members of the community to come by the Community Center to see our special Rise Up display and to learn more about the recreation activities and facilities here in Hermosa Beach. So I'd like to pass it over to our two commissioners here to see if they have anything to add. We have Commissioner Ellman and Commissioner Pizer-Maines with us tonight.
Nothing prepared. I just hope the community and our visitors enjoy our beautiful parks and that we have a fun rest of July. Summer's off to a great start. Thank you.
Ditto. Staff has done a great job this summer with our programs, and this is just a nice way to celebrate everything that they do, because no one really knows what goes behind all the programs, and I think that they're the unsung heroes here in town. So thank you very much.
And if you all stay up there, I have a proclamation for you.
Check 1, 2.
Sir? I know. New and improved proclamations. So this proclamation is for Park and Recreation Month, July 2022. Whereas in the month of July, we celebrate Parks and Recreation Month and join together with our community to celebrate parks and recreation programs, which are an integral part of our community throughout our country, including Hermosa Beach, and are fundamental to the environment and ensure the well-being of our community. And whereas our parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health and wellness of all of our residents through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas parks and recreation programs support human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social cohesiveness, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in all people of all ages and abilities by celebrating diversity, providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and facilitate conversations. And whereas the City of Hermosa Beach Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Department played a significant role in maintaining the health and wellness of our community during COVID-19 pandemic health crisis. And whereas the City of Hermosa Beach recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation programs, and we urge all residents to recognize the parks and natural recreation areas to help ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for our children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Now, therefore, I, Michael DeToy, Mayor of the Hermosa Beach, California, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2022 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Hermosa Beach, and invite the community members to enjoy the benefits derived from participation in recreational programs and open spaces in the City of Hermosa Beach. Dated July 12th, 2022. This is heavy. There's a lot heavier than that. The binder is a lot easier. And just a special shout out to the other three commissioners who not joined us. Chairperson Tracy Horwitz, Thomas Maroney, Vice Chair currently, and Yanni Lang as well. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Item 8, City Manager Report.
Welcome, Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me one moment, please. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council and community. Wanted to provide an update on the general election coming up and our filing period that is about to open. The next general municipal election will be held on Tuesday, November 8th, and voters will have the opportunity to elect 3 Hermosa Beach City Council members. I'd like to ask our city clerk, Mayra Maravilla, to provide more information for people interested in seeking the election.
Thank
Myra?
you, Madam City Manager. On Monday, July 18, 2022, the City Clerk's Office will host a candidate workshop to kickstart the nomination period for the upcoming November 8, 2022 general municipal election. Hermosa Beach citizens interested in running for office and media members interested in learning more about the election process are invited to attend. The candidate workshop will be held here in the City Council chambers at 10 a.m. on Monday. At the conclusion of the candidate workshop, citizens may pool nomination papers. If you are interested in running for office but cannot make the candidate workshop, please do schedule an appointment to pool nomination papers with the City Clerk's office now, starting Monday through August 12th by 5 p.m. by emailing cityclerk@hermosabeach.gov or calling 310-318-0204. Please note that City Hall is open Monday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. However, since the deadline to submit nomination papers is Friday, August 12th at 5 p.m., City Hall will open on Friday, August 12th, only for the close of nomination period. In the event an incumbent does not run for office, the deadline will be extended to Wednesday, August 17th at 5 p.m. It is recommended that nomination papers be pooled well in advance of the filing deadline. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. At this time, I'd like to provide an update on our Hermosa is Hiring campaign. The city continues to recruit and hire great new team members. Please join us in welcoming Ivan Torres, Kim Roca, and Ben Kelly, who have all recently joined us as community services officers in the police department. We also want to give special congratulations to Kaylin Kamerly, who was recently promoted from a part-time recreation specialist position to a full-time office assistant position in the Community Resources Department. Our current recruitments include an opening for an associate engineer to join our Public Works Department. This person will join the team tasked with delivering our many capital improvement projects. If you know of a civil engineer with at least 5 years of professional experience who may be interested, please ask them to visit the city's website for additional information. I'd also like to provide an update on our restroom project. Construction of the long-anticipated City Park restroom and renovation project, which is identified as CIP 669, continues to progress. But we are now 3 weeks past the completion date of June 21st, 2022. At present, city staff anticipates that construction of the project will continue through the end of August. We share the frustration felt by our residents that this project was not delivered on time. We had all fully expected the project to be completed on time and for the restrooms to be open for the busy summer season. The contractor began receiving liquidated damages in the amount of $1,000 per day on June 21st and is fully aware that it has missed the June 21st completion date per the contract. City staff and the city's outside project manager have monitored the project closely since its inception and have been advised by the city attorney on several contractor performance issues since the fall of 2021. The city has clearly expressed concerns regarding the pace of the project to the contractor, but there are legal limits as to our ability to dictate how the job is performed while it is under the contractor's control. Staff remains focused on the successful completion of this important project and will continue to provide updates to City Council as new information becomes available. And on the Housing Initiative Court, we are pleased to announce that the Housing Initiative Court, created by the Redondo Beach City Attorney's Office on September 2020, was recently expanded to include the city of Hermosa Beach. Seeking to address homelessness in the South Bay, in fall of 2021, the South Bay Cities Council of Governments awarded Measure H innovation funds to the cities of Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach to extend the program to individuals who only have Hermosa Beach cases. The purpose of the Housing Initiative Court program is to provide misdemeanor defendants experiencing homelessness with a scheduled and dedicated court date each month where they may be connected to a variety of services. The goal is to permanently place participants into housing and provide them with services that facilitate stabilization, such as mental health services, alcohol and substance abuse treatment, and access to job training. While the Housing Initiative Court was initially conducted outdoors because of COVID-19 pandemic, The outdoor location has proven to be a key factor in the program's success. The informal setting has resulted in an average of 80 to 100% court attendance rate, which is much higher than when cases are scheduled in the traditional court setting. As a partner in the Housing Initiative Court program, the City of Hermosa Beach will host the court 4 times per year. In 2022, the dates are scheduled for July 20th, August 24th, September 21st, and October 19th. The outdoor court will be set up on the basketball courts located at 1035 Valley Drive and will require temporary closure of some of the recreation facilities. Signage and notifications will be issued and posted this week. Since Redondo Beach began hosting the Housing Initiative Court in 2020, 138 individuals have participated and 33 have graduated from the program. Its leaders say that they have seen significant success in ensuring people experiencing homelessness receive the services they need to be able to move into housing when it becomes available. This year alone, 18 people have been placed in interim housing. The Redondo Beach Court location is next to a residential area and near Redondo Union High School, and the Redondo Beach team tells us that they have not had any issues or complaints from neighbors. As you may know, other cities have tried to become a part of this innovative and successful program. Fortunately, we were able to move forward with the partnership due to our existing contract for prosecutorial services from the City of Redondo Beach. We appreciate the community's patience with the temporary closures so that we may offer these beneficial services and assist our unhoused residents on their path to permanent housing. And lastly, I would like to talk about Summering Safely in Hermosa campaign. Through Labor Day, we will be posting tips on how to summer safely in Hermosa Beach on social media. The topics for the next 2 weeks focus on how to prevent property theft while on vacation or holiday and bicycle safety. You can find a roundup of all our summer safety tips on the city's website. And at this time, I'd like to call up Chief LeBaron to provide his update. Chief?
Is this one working? Yes. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Detoy, members of City Council. I hope everyone was able to enjoy a safe and memorable 4th of July weekend. Hermosa Beach was very lively, and it was clear that many people made this the destination of choice for their celebrations. The police department was well prepared, and our approach included high visibility throughout the city, as well as focusing our efforts on the alcohol-related crimes and any crimes that would have led to a threat to our residents and visitors if we allowed them to continue without intervention. Some of the statistics from the 4th of July weekend are as follows, and this includes from Friday all the way through Monday, which was the 4th of July. There were 397 calls from the public that we responded to. We took 35 crime reports of varying degrees of different crimes. There were 19 arrests made for criminal activity. This included 2 arrests for possession of guns, a stolen car where the occupants had just stolen a catalytic converter as well as broken into somebody's car and taken things from inside. We also issued 32 citations, and that did include amongst those numbers citations for firework possession as well as for unsafe operation on the Strand with bicycles. We would like to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for supporting our efforts in keeping Hermosa Beach safe over that weekend. They provided additional deputies, which included their mounted patrol on the beach, some traffic enforcement, as well as an intelligence analyst who was able to keep up on open source information that might impact Hermosa Beach and provide us with the most recent intelligence we needed to make sure everything was safe and we were responding appropriately to the situations. For overall crime trends we've seen in the last month, we're seeing an uptick in thefts of catalytic converters, as I mentioned, and the Toyota Prius has really been the prime target for these crimes. They're being targeted specifically. We're also seeing other types of property crimes being targeted. Electric bicycles continue to be a favorite amongst the thieves, and as well as personal property being taken from inside of vehicles. So to combat these crimes, our detectives and our patrol officers are continuing to be proactive in conducting sting operations, as well as looking for actions that are consistent with criminal activity as they're out on patrol. Just this morning, as a matter of fact, our officers arrested a suspect who had just stolen an electric bicycle at 11th and Beach. That suspect, when they found him, was loading the bike into a car which also had another bike inside of it, which was likely stolen. We have yet to identify that owner. That suspect was on parole for violent crimes, and after a thorough investigation, officers and detectives were able to locate a video that we had thanks to a local business of this same suspect stealing another bicycle from the downtown area 2 days earlier. So this suspect was taken to our jail, and contrary to popular belief and some of the comments on social media, the suspect was held in our jail for the crimes that they committed, and we will be presenting that case to the district attorney for felony filings. There have been a couple of significant incidents also that have happened recently that I want to share because they have some very valuable learning points and information for the community. Over the July 4th weekend, our officers were called to a residence by a concerned family member. The family member told the officers that a relative of his was suffering from psychological issues and had made significant threats of violence towards a romantic partner who was in the house where the officers had been called. Officers arrived at the residence in question and located the described family member outside of the house. Officers conducted a search and located a handgun in that person's possession, along with 2 high-capacity round magazines that were fully loaded with ammunition. That subject is currently in custody, and we are working with the city prosecutor's office to ensure appropriate charges are filed. It's my belief that the willingness of this family member to call the police, knowing that somebody was suffering with mental illness, and the quick response by our officers likely resulted in the saving of somebody's life because terrible things could have happened. We'll never know what might have happened, but in this case, no harm came to anyone involved, including the person with the gun. And that's an outcome that can easily be overlooked when we talk about the crime stats that I just mentioned recently. And finally, this past Saturday, our officers were called to a man who was threatening people verbally and with a knife on Pacific Coast Highway. When the officers arrived, they engaged in a short foot pursuit with the suspect who ran from them. When they detained him, they were immediately spit on by the suspect, and he tried to strike them with his head while he was fighting them to avoid arrest. The officers used their force options training, which they receive at the police department, as well as some specialized equipment that we have to safely restrain the suspect, and he was ultimately taken to a facility on a 5150 Welfare and Institutions Code, meaning that he was a danger to himself or others based on his mental status. However, we did recognize that even though he was going to a facility to be treated for this, he still posed a criminal threat to our community, and we did not want anything to happen where he'd be released without us knowing about it and be back out on the street. So the detectives and the officers worked very closely with this facility to make sure they were notified when he was being released, which happened recently. And when he was released, the officers were there waiting for him. He was promptly placed under arrest for the crimes that he had committed during this incident. It was presented to the district attorney's office, and felony charges were filed by the district attorney's office, and he appeared in court today to answer for those charges. So I want to encourage our community to follow Hermosa Beach Police Department on our social media accounts. We're constantly posting updates on these types of events as well as other things that we're doing in the community, and it's very good information for people that want to know what the police department is up to. I also want to invite everybody listening to come join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for our quarterly Coffee with a Cop. It's going to be at the courtyard of the community center. There will be a large number of police department staff there who are happy to say hello, and we will provide coffee and snacks to anybody that comes. And finally, August 2nd is fast approaching, and as I've mentioned before, that is my favorite holiday of the year. It's National Night Out. It's going to be taking place that evening. It's a national event, for those that are not aware of what it is. Takes place on the first Tuesday in every August, and it allows the community to have a fun and safe evening out where they can become better acquainted with their neighbors and their community and feel like they're doing it in a safe way, taking a stand against crime, letting people know if we're out here together that there's no place for crime in our community. The police department employees, including myself and other city staff, will be out and about visiting with our community, so if you are going to host an event or you would like to know who your block captain is, please call the police department and we will help you either find that person or put you on our list so we can come visit you as well. Mayor Detoy, this concludes my report, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Did we issue any citations to the mounted officers for having their horses on the beach, or?
No, sir. And we did have somebody going along behind them to make sure that anything that was left by the horses was cleaned up.
Thank you. I look to my colleagues. Thank you for your report. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, thanks very much for the report. A couple things. One is, how did our numbers on July 4th weekend this year compare to years past? I'm just curious, and for example, whether they've rebounded all the way back to where they were pre-pandemic, for example. And the second one is just, we know what happened in Highland Park, Illinois. Obviously, the police department has an incredibly difficult job, especially when the kinds of numbers of people gather in Hermosa Beach. Can you just briefly, for the education of the community, just talk about the interagency coordination that happens in the lead up to big events like July 4th holiday at the beach in the South Bay?
Absolutely. So first, your question about the numbers. We saw definitely more activity this year. I think that last year was kind of intermittent activity because some people were still staying inside because of COVID. This year, there were a lot more people out and about. I was out there to see it myself. We took a more proactive stance because there were so many people. We were highly visible, and in many cases, that was all that was needed. But anybody who was doing things that could have contributed to community danger, we were right on top of it. So there were more citations, more arrests, as I mentioned. In regards to the other question, it was an absolute tragedy what happened in Illinois. We were aware of it right when it happened. We're always paying attention to national, state, local level events. And in this case, I mentioned that we did have a crime analyst working with us throughout the entire day. Leading up to that, we have interaction and coordination meetings with our local police departments, our LA County police departments. At the state level, there's coordination as well as with our federal partners. And we stay in contact with all of those through the intelligence units that are designated with each of the police departments, and we're very much a part of that community. So we were aware of everything. We were getting relevant and timely information and making sure that we were checking our city in case there was anything that might be connected to it.
Thank you very much. And then one last thing was, we got an email from a resident about fires at Valley Park that extended past the park closing time at 10 p.m. Can you talk a little bit about whether or not the police have been contacted about that issue at Valley Park or at South Park, and what the department has done in response and is doing?
Yes. So there was no calls that I'm aware of that our officers responded to specific to bonfires in Valley Park. However, I spoke to our officers that work the night shift in particular, and they are going out there frequently and checking. If they would have seen a bonfire, that's something they can take immediate action on. They will. They know that they should. And so that's something where we would encourage our residents to call either 911 or the non-emergency number, be very specific about what they're seeing and where they're seeing it so our officers can respond. And if they have any concerns about the officers not seeing it, we always encourage them to have the officer either stop by their house or leave a phone number. We can call them and get the information right from them so we don't miss anything. You had mentioned South Park as well. There were also some calls about some fires at South Park. These were more specific to some vandalism incidents. We are also aware of that. We're working with the local neighborhood there, and officers are putting together some plans to address some of these issues and do what we need to do. Do what we need to do to ensure that we find the people who are responsible for the vandalism.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Myra. Thank you, Madam City Manager. Madam City Clerk, what is next on the agenda?
Item 9, public participation. This is a time for members of the public to address the City Council on consent calendar items and items on and not on the agenda. However, if you are here to address the City Council on a public hearing or municipal matter item, we encourage you to speak on that item when it is heard. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment when called upon. The first submission we received is from Trent Larson, who's here in person. You may come up at this time. Sorry, Trent.
Hello, City Council. It's nice to see you. It's fun summering in Hermosa. Tonight, I'm going to start off with just let you know, I talked to you a lot about energy and fossil fuel, and I'm a big fossil fuel proponent, don't get me wrong. But I wanted to let you know that I ordered a 9.8 kilowatt solar power generating system for the roof of our house. It's going to put out 169% of our energy requirements, but I'm getting a spa in the backyard to take up some of that. So by Zenernet, and it's coming in the next 60 days. So I'm a solar guy as well. But I will tell you that fossil fuels is the best thing that ever happened to mankind, and everything that we have is attributable to the productive use of fossil fuels. Things change, I get it, but just so we shouldn't have a war on fossil fuels. Number 2 tonight. Chief up here is talking about crime, and we all saw the smash and grab in Manhattan Beach. Everybody saw it, right? George Gascon, the signatures were turned in. He's going to be recalled. And that's going to come up in probably November, maybe not. But there's also a mayor's race with Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. And Karen Bass cannot have it both ways. She cannot say that she does not want to defund the police and at the same time say that she does not support George Gascon. Because if you are pro-crime, you support George Gascon. He has been the worst prosecutor in LA. And I have personally met with Steve Cooley twice, face to face, and he's told me the stories. And he is really bad. And we should, I think, Trent does, think that the city should take a stand and we should be against Gascon. It just keeps getting worse. For Hunter Biden, I've talked to you guys a lot about lies, telling lies. You should not tell lies. If you're not going to tell a lie, don't say anything at all. But don't say the lie. And the Hunter's laptop shows you the lies. And I don't want to even go into more than that. It's so bad. It is so bad, though. It's unbelievably bad. And the crime syndicate and the graft and the money that came through China, Sinohawk, Ukraine, do your homework. I'm very well read. I've read over 500 books in the last 10 years, brand new books, bought of myself. And you can, if you read Peter Schweitzer's book, it's all in there, and now the laptop proves it. Okay, lastly, Governor Newsom's running for president, and he's got a great chance of being the nominee. So he's not going to be focused on California. That's why we need you and us together to make Hermosa Beach better, because Governor Newsom isn't going to be focused on California. Thank you.
Next, we have Larry Heiler about the sewer service. Would you like to provide public comment later during the public hearing? Okay.
Waiting to see if you're going to call on folks on the phone. But thank you very much for looking my direction. Mr. Mayor, Council, Dency Nelson, 2415 Silver Strand Avenue, Hermosa Beach. I'm here tonight to speak to you not only as a friend and neighbor and a constituent, but also as a board member of Shakespeare by the Sea. I'm guessing, Mayor DeToy, that during announcements you said something about Shakespeare by the Sea. Thank you very much. I was on my way over here and missed announcements. But in addition to what the Mayor DeToy said, yes, indeed, Shakespeare by the Sea is back in Valley Park for the first time in 2 years, tomorrow night and Thursday night. We're looking forward to having what we usually had before we were shut down, 400 to 500 people there in Valley Park. It's going to be an interesting opportunity, too, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, to demonstrate what we could possibly do if we move the wall, recreate the old amphitheater, because we're going to be performing with the audience sitting on the south side, similar to what we did when it was in the amphitheater we can't use anymore because of the overgrown trees. It's going to work out great. And before I say anything more about tomorrow night, how appropriate that you recognize Parks and Rec, because our Parks and Rec folks and community resources are second to none. I can't tell you how wonderful it's been working with Lisa Nichols and with Cambria Vint and with the commissioners. Thank you, commissioners, for all the support they always give for Shakespeare by the Sea. And in addition to that, I have to mention John Cordova from Public Works. Everything we needed to make this change of the flipping around the stage, he provided for us, and I know he's going to be there. I was there with him this afternoon. We got the power supply, and he said, anything I can do for you, Dency, give me a call. Our guys will be there. They're really looking forward to seeing the park full of folks. And thank you to the City of Hermosa Beach. But again, I wanted to particularly mention Community Resources, Parks and Rec. Tomorrow night's going to be a very special night. Besides the fact that we're back in the park for the first time in 2 years, it's the 25th anniversary of Shakespeare by the Sea, something that started when Lisa Coffey, the retiring founding artistic director of Shakespeare by the Sea, had a senior thesis project for her master's degree at Long Beach, presenting free theater in a park. She did it that one summer at Point Furman, 6 performances of Comedy of Errors, and 3,000 people showed up. She figured this was a pretty good idea, and the next year, she actually toured to 5 cities, Hermosa Beach being one of them. A couple of years later, wound up being 2 cities to over 22 cities all over Los Angeles County and a bit of Orange County as well. Because of COVID, we weren't sure where we were going to be, so we're only doing 13 cities this time around only. It's going to take this every night up until the first week of August. As always, the show premiered at Point Furman, but it hit the road Sunday night at Hess Park, and we're the next destination on their tour. Tomorrow night with Romeo and Juliet, and Thursday night with, I was in it too. Much Ado About Nothing, here we go. It's a special night because we're going to give recognition to Shakespeare by the Sea on the 25th and to Lisa Coffey. Mayor DeToy, I know you're going to be there front and center. We have representatives from Assemblyman Meritsuchi's office, from Ted Allou's office, from Senator Allen's office. Thank you very much, Lauren Pizer-Maines. And what I'm particularly happy about, Jesselyn Waldron, representing our news supervisor, Holly Mitchell, will be there as well, all pre-show to present appreciation and recognition of Shakespeare by the Sea. I hope all of you can be there. I hope all the community can be there. It's always free, Shakespeare by the Sea. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow night.
Great.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Barbara Ellman.
Good evening. I just wanted to come in and make a couple comments because I am taking care of 2 grandchildren, and I've left my husband home alone with them. He raised 2 on his own before, but we're all a little rusty. So I just wanted to make a comment. I do follow social media. I read one of the letters about the Parks Master Plan, and I just wanted to remind you and the residents that we have a very small Parks and Rec group here. We've had 3, now we're getting a 4th anytime now, and we are not in a position to do this alone. I'm not going to discuss what's going on here because I wasn't part of the interviewing process, and that's not an issue. It's just a reminder that we're small, and that can be great. You can call and get the city manager, we can call you, we can get through to people, but at the same time, we can't do 7 things at one time. And Lisa and her staff have really put themselves out there for all of us, and I don't think people really understand that. So what is planned here is so important. It's been over 20 years. Things have changed, needs have changed, and I do think that we need some guidance. So I just want to be sure that people understand that as a commissioner, I totally support this. I think it's important. I hope that we can get it done quickly and that we are way under budget, because it is a lot of money, and I think it's excessive. But I do think that we need to work on a plan, and we need someone to help us. So, and I just wanted to remind everyone that, again, we're going to have 4 people that work full-time in our Parks and Rec department. El Segundo has more than 13 full-time as well as their part-time, and Manhattan Beach has 24 full-time employees, not including their part-timers. So we have 4. We really need to show them the respect and the time so they can get other things done. I know I'm on Lisa constantly for 2 projects that we've been working on for the last 6 months that are not anywhere near completed. And I know that she's been working very hard on everything else that you've thrown at us nicely. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Accomando with the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, City Manager Lowenthal, everybody. I'm doing my regular announcement. I have 2 things to mention. One, Leadership Hermosa Beach, of which I'm on the board of and very proud of the organization where it's come. is recruiting for the next class of 23, some of you of which I know are graduates. I'm in charge of recruiting. We have a fun event at Hermosa Brewing Company Monday the 25th at 7 p.m. All are invited. Drinks on me, not really, it's on leadership, but just one, not many. We hope people who might be interested in how this city works, how things work back there, but also how things work back, especially where Lisa is, because I deal with Lisa all the time and she's amazing. People who just generally want to give back to their community should definitely consider joining leadership. There's no obligation. We hope people come out Monday night, the 25th. Applications are due at the end of the month, and then the class begins in September. So with that, I also want to just thank all of you, and especially City Manager Suja Lowenthal for partnering again with the Chamber. We launched trulyhermosa.com yesterday. It is the public-facing consumer website directory for all visitors and residents who maybe are looking for a place for dinner or looking to shop. We've signed an agreement. We're very excited. I'm getting a little bit of help, but we'll be installing ground decals that I've brought here as an example around the city. You scan the QR code, you get to the directory. It's also got a link to the city's parking page. It's got a link to the Chamber's events calendar, and we'll be posting up cool, fun things to do in Hermosa, if not already, Chamber members enlisted there in the directory. I'm literally working on it back here. I just want to announce it. It's a great thing to come to our city. We want to welcome visitors and give them an easy way to get around. So thank you so much for that.
Seeing nobody else, we'll go ahead and move over to virtual participants. Kent Ellen has his hand raised. Kent Ellen, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
I'll tell you what, I'll take my 3 minutes and first of all, turn on the camera. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, before you start, I want to do the video that I sent. And first of all, thank you to Suja, whoever you called on the city staff that helped me straighten out this problem I had with my camera being perpendicular. So whoever you called, I didn't catch her name. But can you start the video before you, and I'll take the rest of my 3 minutes after you start the video I sent.
Mr. Ellen, was your video related to restrooms?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have an update on the bathroom project?
The city staff and the city attorney's office has made our position known to the contractor that the project has not been timely completed. City staff is in the process of implementing one of those said approaches. However, kind of due to the sensitive nature and fluid approach, there's not much more than I can share publicly other than that. However, due to the sensitive nature, that's about the extent that I can share tonight.
4 years ago, this came up. Andy, the public works director, thought it'd be around a $600,000 project. It went from 600 to $1 million to $2 million. Now it's $2.5 million. When city council members jump in and start acting as civil service professionals, which you are not. In the 4 years when I was on the Public Works Commission, not once did the city council refer a single matter to our commission for its consideration.
You know what? Not satisfactory to me, because I don't buy that this isn't going to cost us more money. And I don't believe that it should cost $250,000 to construct a bathroom. I absolutely disagree with that. So I think we need to have a public conversation. These are public funds. So please, we need to have a public conversation about why it's going to cost $250,000 per bathroom.
Tell me how that is a reasonable use of public funds.
My answer is it's not. I call it a massive spend of public funds that requires an awful lot of vetting as to how we got into this position. That nobody would question that. I question that.
Support the bathroom is make sure that we're getting bang for our dollar. I think the staff analysis shows that we are.
Okay, and so can I continue with my time now? Okay, so I mean, here you have a couple amazing women, Carolyn Petty, of course, without question. Barbara Ellman, of course, made an attempt to, at least question. She's part of the Stacey Armato team. I understand that. I hope she wins from council. She's trying at least her best to, I mean, I'm sure she'll be voted off the island real soon. But I hope she does. Now, here's my real question. I've been following this bathroom project. It's a statement and a question. I've been following this bathroom project for, gosh almighty, six years. My question is, how on God's green earth does Justin Massey and Suja think they're going to be able to run a community choice aggregation project, a CCA, if they can't build 4 bathrooms? It's just, I mean, please remove this CCA and give me 30 more seconds, just like you gave Dempsey Nelson. How on God's green earth? I mean, this is unbelievable to me that you would even continue to keep this thing for 6 or 7 years on the CCA on the agenda. And it needs to be removed. The CCA has been a failure across the board in every city. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Suja, for your staff member who called me.
Next, we have Dean. Dean, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Can we turn the camera on there, please? Are you there? Took a while. There we are. Okay. How you doing? Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I normally do not speak under general public. I save my comments for when there's an item on the agenda. But tonight, I'm just going to talk a little bit about, I did submit comments for the parks, park plan, and hopefully maybe that can be held off or tried to do in-house. And that's my hopes on that. But tonight I'd like to talk about the Coastal Act for just a moment. Coastal Act passed by the voters many years ago and ensures that we have no commercialization and development on our sand, on our beaches, and ensures that we have access and coastal access to, for all the public to come to our beaches and enjoy them commercial free. So the reason I bring it up is because we did enjoy this past weekend Hermosa Beach Open with some of the world's greatest volleyball players playing on the beach. And thankfully, because of that Coastal Act, it was free to the public. And I worked in the 90s on developing with the Coastal Commission a type of an environment that would ensure that the public at least gets to see it for free, or a certain percentage of it for free. But there were limitations on what occurred last weekend. There was frustration that people had that they couldn't view it much, and there were only 3 courts, and everything was packed in. And one other drastic situation that happened this year is that the qualifying rounds were not in Hermosa Beach. Apparently, you had to fly to Michigan and play a month earlier to qualify to get into the Hermosa Beach Opens. So hopefully, and the reason I'm saying this is because we all have control over this. It's not like we don't. And hopefully the city can take a more active role in future Hermosa Beach Opens to ensure that there is enough space for people to see the games, ensure that things aren't blocked. For example, that big screen blocked a lot of the view of the ocean that would have made Hermosa Beach look even nicer to the public than it may have looked from the TV cameras. And then ensure that our qualifying rounds are in Hermosa Beach, so those people locally that want to enter the Hermosa Beach Open can do it without having to fly to Michigan or somewhere else. So those are my comments about the Coastal Act. That's the reason we have it. There's just been a long history personally for myself in doing it, and we've had successes in that big hotel that obviously never went through because, in part, we insisted that they comply with the Coastal Act issues regarding ocean views. So those are my comments regarding that. I hope that we have better Hermosa Beach Opens in the future. It's good to see they're back. And regarding the parks issue, that'll be coming up later on tonight. And I hope we could find a way to ensure that this parks plan can be done without administering a contact at this time and at this moment. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Matt Mccool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening, Mayor DeToy, City Council staff, Matt Mccool. I had prepared comments here tonight, but since City Attorney Jenkins is not present, I'm going to have to pivot a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll begin with the written correspondence I had sent in. And this is regarding the last City Council meeting being canceled due to a lack of business. I don't buy it. I don't think anybody does either. Please check out my written correspondence to realize of the non-COVID years, this is the 5th consecutive non-COVID years, the second meeting in June has been canceled for Councilwoman Armado's vacation plans. That is an absolute fact. The only difference is this time, rather than have a lack of quorum and having 2 council members make an excuse, City Manager Lowenthal go ahead and made up the lie that there was a lack of business. So the debate in town is who's really the queen bee, City Manager Lowenthal or Councilwoman Armado. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want to go ahead and have another performance evaluation. Second item I have is, this is regards, like I said, was City Attorney Jenkins, is that I have an ongoing feud between the police chief and myself regarding an incident in 2014 where I was interrogated by federal agents. Madam City Clerk, if you could play the video, please. This is an incident that occurred in 2014 while I was down at Patrick Malloy's following the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I was there with my classmates from Leadership from Hermosa Beach. I was the class project leader, having a good time. I was violently assaulted on an unprovoked attack. Unfortunately, the police department thinks, or is telling people, I was in a mutual combat fight. As you can see there, the first strike was a whiplash injury, followed by a severe blunt force trauma to my neck, C5, C6 injury with facet joint injuries. The medical records have been destroyed. I was never interviewed by the detective. I have sent in to the city council requesting that since Acting Captain Phillips says all these records of this particular case do not exist, Mayor DeToy, I saw you get down on your knee in protest of police misconduct. Are you going to investigate why all the records of investigation of my assault have disappeared? And the reason why I wanted to bring in City Attorney Jenkins at the time was prosecuting crime for the city at the time. He was doing it on an interim basis. Since he's not here, I'll wait this for another city council meeting. But again, I have sent in written correspondence, City Manager Lowenthal, and to the city council The police department destroyed the records of investigation of this case, are claiming they don't exist. I'm asking, will you do an investigation to find out what happened to these records? That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you very much.
Next, we have a 310 phone number. Your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Trujillo, and I'm an attorney that represents numerous long-term businesses in Hermosa Beach, including but not limited to Don's Dust Liquor and Hermosa Smoking Gift. Polls show that the proposed ballot measure on the November ballot to legalize cannabis dispensaries in Hermosa Beach has a very likely chance of passing. Hermosa Beach residents favor retail cannabis sales in the city by at least 10%, according to the survey the city had done by FM3 Research. For this reason, I believe you owe it to the constituents to do the reasonable thing and pass an ordinance ahead of time that protects Hermosa Beach. At least give Hermosa Beach residents a chance to decide. I want to propose an alternative. We recently submitted a petition to circulate a competing ballot measure that the City Council could also enact on its own. I know that you previously rejected a similar proposal in May. I'm asking for your reconsideration. Let me present some of the details. The goal of my proposal is to keep any cannabis sales local to Hermosa Beach, benefit the city and the residents as much as possible, and stop the hostile takeover from outsiders. The ballot measure that I'm proposing would be identical to the Hermosa Beach Cannabis Regulation and Public Safety measure, including provisions on buffer zones, limiting the number of dispensaries, a merit-based selection process, and various safety and security requirements. My proposed measure, however, would differ in several important ways. Our measure would not give preferential treatment to cannabis retailers with more than 3.5 million in gross receipts within 6 months. This part of the initiative effectively makes it where Hermosa Beach will only have retailers that already operate other stores, multiple other stores in other locations. This was inserted specifically to give the people proposing that measure, Catalyst Cannabis Co. and Trade Cap Farms, an upper hand, while excluding the vast number of existing Hermosa Beach retailers. Current initiative excludes a vast number of Hermosa Beach retailers such as my client. Our initiative would keep cannabis dispensaries locally owned, benefiting local businesses. Our measure would also not give preferential treatment to any cannabis retailer with an existing labor union agreement. Once again, this is meant to, not to help Hermosa Beach, but self-serving for outsiders. We have reviewed the staff report on the current measure and have made the changes suggested in that report. Hermosa Beach voters approved Proposition 64 by a wide margin. There's also widespread support for responsible use of cannabis in our community. There are roughly a dozen liquor stores in Hermosa Beach. Studies show cannabis is far less dangerous than alcohol. Similarly, concerns about allowing cannabis retailers negatively impacting community safety and prosperity have all been proven to be meritless. Studies show that licensed operators are associated with reductions in crime.
Mr. Trujillo,
Proposition 64 was not-
Mr. Trujillo, your time is expired.
Okay, I would just like to ask the council if they would be willing to take action to schedule this issue that I've raised today for the agenda meeting, on the agenda for the meeting on July 26th. Because the city should choose what kind of cannabis marketplace they want. People ignoring the reality here is not
Thank you for your
helping.
comments, Mr. Trio.
This movement is not helping. Thank
We see no other hands up virtually.
Anyone else joining us in council chambers, please approach the dais. Anyone joining us virtually on Zoom, you can raise your virtual hand. If you're joining us on telephone, you can dial *6 or *9 to raise your virtual hand and *6 to unmute yourself when you get called on. Seeing no one at the dais and no hands raised virtually, I'll close public participation. And we will need a motion to receive and file the written communication.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Detoy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What's next on our agenda?
Item 10, councilmember comments.
Look to my colleagues for any comments about public comments, any clarifications or announcements from any ad hoc subcommittees or standing committees. Yes, Councilwoman Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor Detoy. I just have a quick announcement. Since the last time the council met, the Fiesta Hermosa subcommittee did meet to debrief Fiesta Hermosa and talk about a lot of statistics and feedback that was already gathered. And since we do have the chamber president, Jesse Accomando, just going to clarify with her, what's the next step with regard to Fiesta subcommittee? Okay, great. Just in case, if you could just let us know if there's anything in terms of feedback that you're still looking for. That would be all that I was raising it for.
Yeah, so our next steps really are going to be the planning for the next Fiesta Hermosa, and we'll be having a meeting with the subcommittee in advancement of that, and we will actually begin working on the next contract for the Fiesta Hermosa. So that's will be the subcommittee's involvement will be in that creation of the next contract.
Great. Thank you for adding that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to note how great it is that Shakespeare by the Sea is back for its 25th anniversary. I think for a lot of us, it's nice to have not only a chance to gather outside, but also a chance to do so with a Shakespeare play to watch, which will all help us sort of be intellectually stimulated in the middle of summer, which is always one of the nice things about Shakespeare by the Sea. I also want to point out that I think the items that Jessica showed us, the QR codes with the presumably attached to the Truly Hermosa app, which will provide people lots of information, are terrific. And certainly we have on our agenda later tonight the economic development strategy as well. And so hopefully that effort will be pulling in the same direction as the efforts that are reflected in the economic development strategy. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Looking to my left. All right. We will end council member comments. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Item 11, consent calendar. The council may approve consent calendar or pull items off consent calendar and approve the balance.
Would any of my colleagues like to pull an item or make a motion to accept the consent?
A motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem with a second. Any last comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Detoy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And there were no items removed, so that'll bring us to public hearings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Public hearing, item 13A, public hearing on the annual levy for the sewer charge and engineer's report.
Welcome to the public hearing of the proposed annual levy on the sewer charge, and I'll hand it back to you, Madam City Clerk.
Property owners are not required to provide oral testimony at today's hearing. If you wish, you may simply submit a written protest directly to the city clerk indicating your opposition to the proposed annual levy. If you wish your protest to be counted, you must submit a written protest prior to the close of the public hearing. Protest forms are available in the back of the council chambers, and a city staff member will be available to help. The public hearing will be closed after the city council has heard and considered all testimony on these items. Oral comments made today do not qualify as written protests. If majority protests against a proposed annual levy are presented by a majority of the owners of the identified parcels upon which the changes are to be imposed, or tenants directly liable for the payment of the charges, the city council may not impose the rate increases. If there is no majority protest, the city council may impose the rate increases. Pursuant to state law governing Proposition 218 and determining whether a majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel may be counted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. May we have the staff report, please? Welcome, Joe.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. In 2015, the council approved a resolution adopting the first annual sewer service charge. The collected fees fund the sewer services provided by the city, including operations and maintenance and the design and construction of improvements recommended in the city's sewer master plan. The sewer service charge for each parcel is based on the direct cost of providing services and improvements to the sewer system and by water consumption for non-residential users. The sewer service charge has been collected since fiscal year 2015 and 16 with an annual consumer price index, or CPI, increase capped at 2% for a 5-year term. In fiscal year 2021-22, the sewer service charge remained the same as the previous year at $126.60 due to the expiration of the 5-year term for the CPI increases. Since the sewer fee was established, CPI has averaged approximately 3.3% and was reported at 7.6% this past January. By previously having capped the CPI at 2%, the city has lost revenue necessary to maintain the city's sewer system and complete necessary repairs as recommended in the sewer master plan. Beginning in fiscal year 2022-23, staff recommends adding a 5% CPI increase to the sewer fee as suggested and justified by the engineer's report, and capping it at a 5% annual increase through July 1, 2026. The proposed CPI value is based on the percentage change in CPI since the sewer fee inception. This increase would translate to $6.33 increase for a single family home for the current fiscal year. The city's municipal code does provide the opportunity for a full annual rebate of the sewer service charge for qualified residents that meet certain criteria. To reestablish the CPI increase for the sewer fee for this fiscal year and future fiscal years, City Council must conduct a new majority protest Proposition 218 hearing to authorize inflation increases for an additional period not to exceed 5 years. At its April 26th meeting of this year, City Council adopted a resolution to conduct a majority protest hearing this evening. Notice of that public hearing was published in the Easy Reader on May 4th and mailed out with a protest form to residents of the city. The public hearing this evening provides an opportunity for the City Council to hear and consider all protests of the annual levy and increase of the sewer service charge. In the absence of a majority protest by property owners within the city of Hermosa Beach, Council may authorize the rate increase and order implementation of city sewer service charge as proposed in the engineer's report. Likewise, if the council finds that the protest is made by property owners of the majority of the parcels, then the increase in CPI should not be adopted. Staff recommends that City Council hold the public hearing to first make a finding that there is no majority protest by property owners in the city. Second, adopt a resolution including the engineer's report, and place the annual sewer service charge on the annual County of LA tax roll. And finally, introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hermosa Beach amending sections 13-1210 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to the annual sewer service charges. If these proposed rates are adopted, the new rates will be applied for this year. For future inflation increases, the city would be required in those years to notify each property owner in writing of the CPI increase at least 30 days before the effective date of the adjustment per state law. Another majority protest Proposition 218 hearing will not be required for another 5 years. I'm joined tonight by our consultant, Jeff Cooper from NV5, who prepared the engineer's report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director San Clemente. The public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. First, the City Council will open the public hearing for any person wishing to speak on the item. Second, after all the oral testimony has been heard, the City Council will close the public hearing. Only those written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing will be counted. Each person wishing to give public testimony will be given a maximum of 3 minutes. We will now open the public hearing. We'll hear from anyone who wishes to speak.
The first person is Larry H. Larry H., you can come up, and your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Larry Heiler, 580 21st Street. I just have a couple of questions. I haven't been following this stuff. I'm just curious, how do you know that you need more money for sewer maintenance and repairs?
This isn't the time for back and forth right now, so if you just want to list all your questions, we can ask them later.
That's question one. Okay. Question two is, when you do the CCTV, who does that? Do you have a consultant that does that, or somebody in the Public Works Department that does that? And then my last question is, who reviews the CCTV to decide whether or not you need to replace a section of the sewer, or you just line it for some minor damage? That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Next, we have Trent Larson. Trent, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Hello, Trent Larson. First, just a few words on, because the marijuana was brought up, just a few things. First of all, the weed is bad. You need Roundup. And chronic, the icky, sticky goo shop.
Mr. Larson, this is
Makes
about
Hermosa
the...
reek. I got it. I'm going to the sewers. You can't do enough work on the sewers. Okay, so the sewers are like blocking and tackling in football. You have to have the sewers. It's like having fresh water. You have to have the sewers. And I would like to see you can pass the thing, that's fine. Paying for it, that's fine. But I would like to see more of a scorecard on what we're doing. Because we really don't know as citizens. I mean, we see it, we can see some of the work being done, we know, we get some information. But like, one of the things that I have to do to report metrics is a scorecard. And it could be various things, right? You can report metrics on various things. But one of it could be simply, what have you done? What's not necessarily in the pipeline, because the pipelines extend many times for long periods of time within city projects, but what is scheduled and what was complete. And it can be on an Excel spreadsheet. It doesn't have to be rocket science. I mean, we have grids and diagrams and all kinds of things on the sewers, right? And you can put in what you did in an Excel spreadsheet when it was complete, and you just have a scorecard, and it just gives you metrics. I am all for visible, usable betterment. I've said it over and over again. So I'm all for us spending all the money we can and then some on fixing the sewers. I don't think you can overspend fixing something. In fact, the money you spend today is very worth more because the money's inflating and there's no way around it. We printed so much money, there's no way around it. I mean, we might be able to slow it down, but we ain't stopping it. So anything you can do with today's money is going to be fine. So you get some contractors in here, you get people hired, you get people stuff fixed, and you get stuff done, and people feel great about it, actually. When stuff gets done, people feel good. You know, last time I was here, I said, I want the town to love you, and I do. And they elected you because who you are, and now I want them to love you for what you do. And what you do is part of it. This is part of it. People can see this stuff getting done. They can see the sewers getting put in. And this town is for all of us, and all of us are part of it. And the people that show up here, and all of you especially, are a big, huge part of it. And you guys determine a lot of what goes on here. So I'm up here. I give you all the support I can. I want you to do good on this. please make it a priority if you can, and thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment in person, we'll move over to virtual hands. We have Ken Ellen. Ken Ellen, your hand is raised. You may begin your 3 minutes after you introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Kent Allen. Well, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, the fact of the matter is you don't have to look past any, when it comes to the sewers, we are dreadfully and woefully behind, just woefully behind. And you don't have to look past the comments of the Public Works Commissioners to find that out. I mean, this is just the sewers. I mean, you talk about this. I understand that sewers aren't visible. They are usable. That's a good thing. And whatever the other one is, visible, usable, I can't remember the other one. But I mean, it's sort of a joke that the sewers they're just not being fixed. And so what we want to do is we want to divert our money and spend whatever $700,000 to $800,000 to pave the green belt. Meanwhile, we have a pier that is rotting, and according to the last council meeting, could possibly be closed down. I mean, that's not me. That's the Public Works whatever director said that. And we have a parking lot structure that's down. And so why, I mean, I'm it's at a loss to me why a person like Stacy Armato and Suja Lowenthal would want to spend, I think it was $700,000. And we have whatever, the $1 million stud, 500 million on the parks. And when you go to the parks, it's just like they want to hire this guy to keep track of whatever's going on in the parks. And we have like $1.2 million worth of studies going on. And we can't fix our pier. We can't fix our parking lot. We can't fix our sewers. Our streets are woefully behind. I mean, these are all documented things that have been talked about at Public Works Commissions. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that the sewers are not visible, so nobody really cares about them. But why don't we put some effort onto fixing the sewers? Can we do that? Can we get the sewer? I mean, can you at least acknowledge that the pier is scheduled to be shut down at some point? That's not me. That's San Clemente. That's his words. That's all I got. Bye.
No other hands are raised virtually.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. This will be the last call for any oral testimony or public comment on the public hearing for the annual levy for the sewer charge and engineer's report. Please approach the dais, or you can raise your virtual hand if you're joining us by Zoom. Seeing no others who wish to speak, I'm prepared to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I'd like to provide anyone who would like to submit or withdraw the written protest the opportunity to do so by filling out the form with the city clerk. Once the public hearing is closed, the city council may no longer accept any written protests on the proposed annual levy for the sewer charge. Are there any remaining written protests to be delivered to the city clerk? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. I'd like to ask the city clerk to provide the city council with the tabulation results for all valid written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing.
Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 35 written protest letters regarding the annual levy for the sewer charge. For the proposed annual levy for the city's sewer charge, a majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges would equal 3,571. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed annual levy for the sewer charge.
The city clerk has advised us that based on the number of valid written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing, majority protest does not exist for the adoption of the proposed annual levy for the sewer. The City Council may now proceed with considering the proposed resolution to adopt the new tax rates and place the sewer charge on the annual County of Los Angeles tax roll and introduced for first reading an ordinance relating to the annual sewer charge and reflecting the rates. Do any of my City Council colleagues wish to speak or call on staff for any clarification with respect to the proposed annual levy? And yes, Councilmember Massey.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor, if you had thought you were finishing there, but I'm happy to, anyway, move on. Just to go through the questions from Mr. Heiler. Mr. Cooper, Director San Clemente, I imagine these are 3 questions, the last 2 of which are probably for the director. The first one was, how do we know we need to adjust the sewer fee to keep up with the increase in the consumer price index, basically to keep up with inflation? I know based on our prior discussions, considering the prior increases to reflect the CPI within the 2% cap that we had for the first 5 years, that when the sewer fee was developed and approved by the council, what we had done was evaluate what our needs were at the time, what our needs would be going forward, and we set the fee at that rate. And we knew that the fee would need to keep up with inflation in order for us to continue to meet the obligations we had to maintain and upgrade our sewer system and keep it operational. So with that as background, how do we know that we need to adjust the fee on an annual basis to keep up with the increase in the consumer price index?
Thank you, Councilmember Massey. I'm happy to jump in, and Jeff can add as well if there's anything else that I leave out. When the sewer fee was established in 2017, it was based on projections in the sewer master plan, and it was really based on a larger cost. The sewer master plan is estimating about $14.4 million worth of improvements to bring the sewer system up and address all the high priority repairs in the system. When the sewer fee was established, we were capped at a 2% CPI increase. Some years CPI was less, and other years it was higher. And so as time has gone on, we've gotten kind of diminishing return on what was projected because inflation has been higher, especially this last year or last several years. The percentage increase that we had that we're proposing for this current fiscal year is really calculated to get us back up to where we would be if we weren't capped, to get us back on track for the original projection of the base sewer rate. That CPI increase is only good for 5 years. So in 5 years, we would have to come back for any additional increases, but this really is to get us back on track.
Okay. And I just would point the public to Table 1 in our staff report, which indicates that since 2017, the increase, because it's been capped at 2%, and because in 2021, the 5-year period had expired and we could not increase it, that the increase in the CPI has exceeded the amount that we've increased the sewer fee. So in other words, as you said, Director San Clemente, the fee has not kept up with inflation in this area. Is that generally an accurate summary of what Table 1 shows?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and I think, Mr. Director, these questions are for you too. Who does the closed circuit television assessment of our sewer system, and who reviews that CCTV information to determine where our priority repairs are?
Sure. So there was a comprehensive CCTV that was done as part of the sewer master plan in 2017 that really helped outline where all the priority segments of sewer are that we have. I believe we have about 39 miles of sewer in our city, 37 miles total throughout. And so that was all something that was completed in that master plan. The city does also have CCTV capabilities, but it's limited in how much we can do. We can only do short segments. The city does contract out for a sewer cleaning company that also does CCTV. So if there's additional problems or issues that we need to look at, we can take a look at it. But those segments, it's really engineering judgment through review of the conditions of those pipes that determine which ones are priority.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'd like to point out that for the visual learners like myself, deep buried on the sewer charge section of the Public Works website, there's a map that will show what streets or what sewer lines underneath the streets have been completed. I don't think it's been updated based on what is completed, based on the phase 1 construction. So if we can highlight that as we keep moving on and making progress in that, that'd be great for the public to know where their money is being spent. Does any of my colleagues, do any other colleagues have questions on this? Yes, Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, all I was going to do is refer people to the same map, but it just caused me to maybe give staff a chance. If there is any more information about how to keep up to date on the progress, other than looking at our map, please just add that. Comment? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Yes, I think the best way to keep up to date is we do have a web page on the city website titled Sewer Improvement Project. We do have a project manager contact. There is information you can reach out if you have specific questions. We will continue to update this website as we make improvements. The last change that we made was the completion of phase 1, which was a lining project. And we're in design for this current year to do the second phase, which would be some reconstruction and repair of other segments of sewer lines.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, may I have a motion and a second to adopt the staff's recommendation?
I'm ready, Mr. Mayor.
Let's hear it.
I move that we adopt a resolution, including the engineer's report approving the new rates and placing the sewer service charge on the annual County of Los Angeles tax roll, and that we introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hermosa Beach, amending sections 13.12.10 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to annual sewer service charge and reflecting the rate.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Campbell. Any last comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we call Director San Clemente back? I think he wanted to share something.
Welcome back, Director San Clemente.
I apologize. I mistakenly called Councilmember Campbell, Councilmember Jackson, so sorry for the mix-up.
I can see how you're confused.
No problem.
All right, with no further comments, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Director San Clemente. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to all the residents who spoke and were involved in this process. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
We have item 14A, adoption of economic development strategy.
We have 13B, one other public hearing?
Sorry?
We have item 13B, I believe. We have one
Oh,
other
okay, I'm
public
so
hearing.
sorry about that. Yes, I skipped over 13B. 13B, public hearing to review delinquent solid waste collection charges for consideration of placing said charges on the property tax rolls as a special assessment affecting only those properties with refuse bills delinquent as of March 31st, 2022.
Thank you. This public hearing is now open. Welcome, Mr. Kraus, to deliver the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to see you all. This public hearing is part of our annual process to collect these delinquent fees from residential solid waste customers. So annually in April, we get a list from Athens Services of customers that are delinquent. At that point, they've already been notified multiple times by Athens themselves. And at this stage, we notify directly all the affected customers with a notice describing this process, also alerting them to an administrative hearing as well as this public hearing both of which are also advertised in the local newspaper. They have every opportunity to pay their delinquent fees, and even 10 days after this meeting, they will have that opportunity. At that point, if they do not, we will work with LA County Assessor's Office to put those fees on the property tax roll, and move forward accordingly. This year, we have 50 delinquent customers, which is about average for us annually. The fees range from under $100 to over a few thousand. And that includes as well a small administrative fee from the city as well as a processing fee for the county. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Look to my colleagues for any questions for staff. Seeing none, I will open up public comment. Madam City Clerk.
This is a time for members of the public to address the council on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment.
Do we have any speaker cards or?
We do not have any speaker cards tonight, and I don't see anybody at the podium,
Okay.
and I don't see any virtual hands raised.
If anyone would like to speak? Wow. All right, just one last reminder, if you're joining us, you can approach the dais if you're in chambers, or you can mouse down to your bottom of your screen if you're joining us by Zoom and raise your virtual hand, or you can dial *6 if you're joining us by telephone. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will be looking for a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, happy to make a motion. I move council adopt the attached resolution authorizing and requesting the county assessor to place delinquent refuse charges for Athens services, which remain 10 days following this hearing, as a special assessment for collection as part of the county tax collection process.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councilwoman Armato. Any deliberations on the motion or a desire to change that motion? Seeing none, I will now close this public hearing and ask Madam City Clerk for a vote.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now 14A.
14A, adoption of economic development strategy.
Thank you. Welcome, Christy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Tonight, I am pleased to present the Economic Development Strategy. Madam City Clerk, do you have the PowerPoint? Thank you. The Economic Development Committee in April 2020 approved creation of an Economic Development Committee made up of 2 council members, Mayor DeToy and Councilmember Campbell, and 2 planning commissioners, Commission Chair Peterson and Commissioner Hoffman, with a 2-year sunset date. Earliest actions of the Economic Development Committee. First, it formed an Economic Development Stakeholders Advisory Working Group of business representatives and commercial property owners from all business districts. The initial conversations were discussions about urgent pandemic matters, but soon the committee directed development of an economic development strategy as specified in Plan Hermosa. Next slide, please. The Economic Development Strategy is a result of 2 years of collective efforts to identify objectives and actions. The Economic Development Committee met monthly. The Economic Development Stakeholders Advisory Working Group met twice monthly, and also city staff team from community development and the city manager's office met internally twice monthly. The Economic Development Committee held its final meeting on May 2nd, 2022. And at that meeting, the committee considered, approved, and recommended the economic development strategy to be adopted by the City Council. The proposed economic development strategy is now presented to the City Council for adoption. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Economic Development Committee is, the Economic Development Strategy is a long-term plan, including 30 strategic actions in 5 categories: citywide beautification, downtown, municipal code amendments, business outreach, and city economic development work program. Strategic actions are divided into short-term, first year, midterm, 2 to 3 years, or long-term, 3+ years implementation, with 10 identified priorities for first year implementation. Next slide, please. The 10 priorities for first year implementation include actions from each of the 5 categories. These 10 strategic actions include, under the category citywide beautification, action for wayfinding signs. Under the category of downtown, action work with business community to explore formation of a downtown business improvement district. Action focused update of downtown revitalization strategy, including preservation of downtown retail and restaurants and other active first floor uses. The action to develop identity and vision for the downtown, and action for a comprehensive downtown lighting evaluation. Next slide, please. Under the category municipal code amendments, the action permanently allow outdoor dining areas and lane reconfigurations. Action long-term allowance of outdoor music in business locations. Category business outreach, regular communication with key property owners to encourage reinvestment and provide support as needed. Under category city economic development work program, the action for a shop local program, and an action to provide Hermosa Beach business information to event promoters to encourage use of local vendors and distribution to participants. Next slide, please. Economic development strategy implementation work would be completed by city staff with assistance from Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau and occasional consultant assistance. The economic development strategy includes an action to report to the City Council in January and July each year to monitor progress, prioritize actions, and consider new opportunities. The economic development strategy is in conformance with Plan Hermosa, including its specific suggestion in Plan Hermosa in the governance element, Chapter 1, Goal 6, which states a broad-based and long-term economic development strategy for Hermosa Beach that supports existing businesses while attracting new businesses and tourism. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the City Council solicits public comments and approves the resolution adopting economic development strategy and directs staff to begin work on identified first year implementation priorities. Next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation, but I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start, I just want to say an immense thank you to you, Christy, for guiding us during this process. And I'm debating whether to read everyone's name as a thank you, but I'll go ahead and do it. Councilwoman Campbell, Commissioner Hoffman, and Commissioner Peterson were the community members who serve on the Planning Commission and on the council, represented the Economic Development Stakeholder Group. Jessica Accomando, Frank Buckley, Colin Cooley, Tony Cordy, John David, Dave Davis, Brian Dunn, Lori Ford, Bob Jones, Bob Lombardo, Anthony Morrison, Ron Newman, Peter Nolan, Laura Pena, Josh Royal, Bill Sigler, Stacy Strauss, and Jonathan Wicks were part of the Stakeholder Advisory Group. And then immense thank you to the staff over the last 2 years, Madam City Manager, Ken Robinson, Angela Crespi, Melanie Hall, Doug Kraus, Carlos Luis, Serenia Matute, Joe San Clemente, and yourself, Christy Teague. So immense thank you to everyone who contributed this document. I know I'm proud of it, but I'll look to my colleagues if they have any questions for Christy.
I don't have any questions. I'm just here to listen to questions, and I'll have a few comments after public comment.
Councilwoman Campbell, or sorry, Councilwoman Armato.
No worries.
Mayor
Thank you,
Pro
Mr.
Tem
Mayor.
Jackson, I don't know who we're calling. Joe's rubbing off on me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Economic Development Committee for your hard work on this. This is a great document and path forward for our city. I had a question for staff about the various suggested strategic actions that are outlined within the resolution. I count like 30 of them. It would be helpful if we had some budgeted amount for each of the items. Some may be zero, some may just be staff time, which isn't zero, but would require staff time. And others may have a more significant figure to go along with it. And I think it's important that we at least have an idea of what that could be before we adopt it. So is there a way to delineate that?
To answer your question, I believe that you're speaking about the 10 for the first year implementation. I can summarize that if you'd like. It's a long-term plan, so all 30 implementation items have not been considered for the budget. This is something that the city council would direct as priorities, as we're doing tonight with consideration of the first year implementation items. Some items have not been fully fleshed out as to what they need, but if you'd like, I'd be happy to go over those items and estimated costs, or how that looks like that would play out for costs.
Thank you, Christy. No, I'm more concerned with the totality of them. So if we're going to adopt a document that charts a policy path forward, I think it's more prudent to have some estimates. They don't even need to be exact, but just to give us an idea of what, we're directing staff to come back with, basically. So are there numbers?
One thing we can do moving forward is during the twice annual evaluation, when we talk about future work identified, we can be sure and include the cost for those items before the city council agrees to its implementation.
Councilmember
That may
Armato.
help.
And Thank you for that, Christy. Councilmember Armato. If I can, so that's a great question. And I think what I want to share is the economic development strategy is a long-term strategy, and these are ideas that have been brought forward by members of the community and businesses and adopted by the committee. By adopting the plan, the council is not adopting or approving the implementation without seeing further details. So at every budget cycle, for instance, several of these items in the near term, I believe eight of the items we already started work on, they've come through to the council for adoption through the budget process. Similarly, we will over time bring forward elements of this plan for implementation and for your approval. So at that time, you'll have estimates and you can decide to either approve, modify, or direct us to do something different at that time.
I guess I'll just ask like one more time, is there a problem with putting estimates in now before it would come back to us? For example, I don't know, what if something's potentially $5 million to implement, and we adopt this tonight and staff does all the work and comes back, and then we see, a price tag that takes a little more consideration, obviously. I think it's better to know now so that we can prioritize it. Or is it not staff, or is it staff's opinion that that shouldn't be a concern and all of these items could easily be budgeted for?
I think it's twofold. One is that in order to provide clear estimates, we could make some of them ourselves. We may have to engage others to provide estimates, depending on what the actual strategy is. And so I think that is a longer-term effort. I wouldn't want to give you guesstimates of what staff believes what a rough estimate would be. I don't think that would be responsible on our part. We could, on the strategies that we are implementing, provide some idea. We can provide you an idea of what the near term is. I think taking it in increments like that is probably more doable. So we can do that, and we could bring back what the first phase of these near-term strategies are, the ones you've adopted, as well as the ones that are within the 12-month range. The others would take some time and possibly require engaging some of the possible vendors that might propose on some of the work to provide an estimate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Something I didn't think of until the written communication that we received on this topic. And I do know that for long-term plans like the ADA transition plan, things like that, there have been preliminary costs associated with it. And I assume the future park master plan will have something similar with costs. So I don't know if that's something that staff can just approximate some of the costs just so we know what we're dealing with moving forward.
We can do that. We can do that, similar to the examples that you've described. And the ADA transition plan, if you'll recall, it took quite some time and that's a much larger document, of course.
Of course, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor DeToy. I just want to follow up on that. My understanding of the guidance provided in this comprehensive plan is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I do know it's a drill down from Plan Hermosa, for example, another long-term master plan with not a lot of detail about the exact timing, the cost, the sequence, and so on and so forth. So this would be, the master plan for Hermosa Beach does imply that we want an economic development long-range plan and comprehensive plan. But it doesn't, if we were to approve this recommended plan, it does not guarantee that everything in here will happen or happen in a certain timeline. Am I correct in assuming that?
Correct.
Okay, so in every step of the way, year in, year out, just as we talked a great deal about accountability to the plan and having regular check-ins with council. If people saw that at least twice a year, formally, it would be agendized so that we can get an update on the current projects in play and also get additional feedback. But the council gets to decide every step of the way, the details and the timing and the final, decisions. Am I correct on that? So in other words, we're not locked in per se to cost and timeline, other than priorities indicated for the first year.
Correct. So it's more like a framework.
It's a framework, yes. Okay, thank you. Just wanted people to understand that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for staff? Madam City Clerk, can you please queue up public comment?
Yes, Mayor. This is a time for members of the public to address the council on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment when called upon. The first public comment card we received is from Trent Larson. You can come up and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, City Council, Trent Larson. As somebody who sees a lot of presentations, I was able to glean really 4 things there of that presentation that are actionable as I see it. And I like to talk about visible, usable betterment, and I like to see things that we can do. I understand planning, talking, thinking, but what we can do is what I like to focus on. And number 1, wayfinding signs. Okay, that's a good idea. And you could do a lot with that. You can be creative. It doesn't cost that much. You have to have places to put them right, but making signs is not rocket science. It's not expensive. It doesn't require a lot. Some creativity, some talent. What do you want to say? The chamber can figure that one out. Number 2, lighting. Talked about that a lot. Lighting will go a long way to helping safety down on the pier. So lighting's a good one. And I think everybody down there, all the business owners want that. They don't want it too bright because it makes it like, oh God, like a prison. And they don't want the super bright light, like the really white light. But they want lighting. 3, lane reconfiguration and outdoor dining. People love outdoor dining, right? Because it's a choice. But the lane configuration is something you're really gonna have to think deep and hard about because, and I know Raymond, you've talked about that, and funneling it down to 1 lane in Hermosa, I'm not a big fan of that personally, but that's something and then number 4, or the 3 link figure, citywide beautification. Actually, that was number 1. I missed that one. Number 1, I'm not the best writer. Citywide beautification, huge amounts of opportunity there. You just have to look at things and go where it could be more beautiful. Dr. Jordan Peterson, an author I love and is a national author and is a very critical and good thinker, talks about one of the things to make yourself a better person and better for society and to help society, and I know all you guys want to do this. He talks about beautification and making your room beautiful. One of the things that you do for yourself is to make your living spaces beautiful. And what can you do? And you look around and you could just look at things and decide what could be made more beautiful. And beautification helps the public. It helps the mood. It helps the esprit de corps of our people. It helps the spirit of us. It helps humanity. It is something that people long for. They like beautification. So all you can do on beautification is wonderful. And you can get creative with it, and I know from time to time people poo-poo things that you do because it's got some artistic expression in it, okay? But big deal. Let them do it because that's gonna happen because it's art in some ways, right? Okay, thank you.
The next public comment card that we received is from Brian Dunn.
Good evening, Brian Dunn. I'm at 566 24th Street in North Hermosa. A couple of quick comments. First of all, thank you, Christy Teague, because you did a very professional and thorough running of the stakeholders group. Thank you very much on that. Number two, large properties on Pacific Coast Highway. You have the Mitsubishi one. You have got Learned Lumber. You've got another one going west where the commercial zoning goes down into the residential section, the gas stations that we have there. Would you ever consider putting in some required residential units that the city has to face under the SP9 thing? Some of these places are commercial zoned, community commercial, but they're next to residential. And if we maybe put some residential structures on that property, would that help us meet the residential requirements that the state of California is bringing on to us? Lastly, I just want to mention, my wife and I bought a house in North Hermosa, and I paid the bill to get the building permit on March 24th. July 24th is around the corner, and that's 4 months out. Everybody in the planning section has been very nice, but there must be some way to make this be processed quicker. Right now, I'm stuck over with Hayer Consulting, the independent consulting company that watches over the planning commission agreements. I can't get an answer. They only want to talk to the architect. I keep pushing to get this thing done because I'm paying a loan on the property and rental payments. So it gets to be very expensive. And if I could get this thing in 2 months instead of 4 months, it would be a lot better. Thank you very much.
All right, here I am again. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and the city staff. I want to also thank Christy Teague for conducting this group. It was actually fun. I joined it before I was a part of the chamber. So I was honored to be asked to be on it, and then who knew what would happen down the line. We're very proud of this plan. Businesses really felt like, whether it's true or not, they really got to participate in the process and contributing to what might be future planning and investment by the city and by you guys as a council. I know for a fact, a lot of folks, even if their ideas weren't great or they're not realistic goals, they felt heard. And so we really value this group, so much so that we wanted it to keep going, but I understand how the process works. So we're really proud of this plan. Also, as the chamber, we're very proud of this plan because you'll notice that we're listed partners in many of the 30 action plans. And that's on purpose. I contributed as much as I could, but so did the businesses, and Christy and the city really helped make us feel like we would be valuable partners in a lot of these efforts. So I'm really grateful for that. I wanted to address a little bit, Councilmember Armado's, your question about funding, and obviously it varies per each of the items. Some of them obviously could be estimated, and while I don't have a personal stake in your immediate decisions today, we see this plan as more of a vision. It's the first time, at least since I've been around, where the city is really saying, here are some really big things the city should be doing to help business. And that means a lot to us that you endorse this plan. Some of them involve a lot more creative. Wayfinding involves more creative. There's some elements in there in developing the city branding, which we at the chamber would love to be a part of, that involve more of figuring out what does that mean. We're not even really sure. We just know that it needs to happen and needs to move forward. So we really believe in this plan. We're here to support the paperwork in front of you and support Christy and to get this ball rolling. We've already started in lots of things, and we're very grateful. Thank you very much.
We do have some virtual hands raised. The first is John Davis. John, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, this is John David. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Yeah, I wanted to thank council members Campbell and DeTore, as well as the commissioners, Peterson and Hoffman, for all they put into the Economic Development Committee. Like Jessica said, I think we really felt heard. So I think that's wonderful and was really welcome. I also want to thank, Christy, Melanie, Doug, and all the rest of the staff, for all the hard work they put in the meetings. It was really nice to get to know them and have a relationship with them. And then, of course, all the other advisory group members, everybody put in a tremendous amount of time, years actually. I think it was 2 years in service of the greater community. So, I just want to put a personal thank you out there. I look forward to seeing these strategies come to fruition. I also want to make sure that we keep learning. I'd love to see, a survey our business community more to see where their challenges are, so the city can continue to learn. I also want to see the resident surveyed in ways that make us better understand what their needs and desires are, and what they're looking for from a downtown. I've been kind of talking to more and more residents, people I don't know, but I just want to know who they were, and they're much younger and more dynamic, mostly renters. They're not commercial property owners or local business owners or commissioners or counselors or the 100 or so vocal residents. Mostly these people go unheard, but Hermosa is more about them than us, and it's more about future generations than anybody. So I really think we need to focus going forward on looking past our own needs, our own assumptions, and our own desires to keep things familiar, and make sure we're changing appropriately for future generations, so we give them a downtown that is thriving. If you've ever visited recently the 3rd Street Promenade or say Westwood, you can see how easy it is to lose vibrancy, and that's really a big concern of mine. We have our neighboring cities, Manhattan and Redondo, and they've been doing really great stuff, and they're very dynamic now. So I just need to make sure that we keep up. I also want to say, as individuals, we may want more retail or more office or more coffee shops or restaurants or something else, but it's really the market that's going to dictate what thrives and survives in our city. So I don't know what that's going to be, but I just want us to really focus on being dynamic and, let the market speak so that we have thriving, surviving businesses. So with all that said, I am really happy with the work the group did. I appreciate being part of it. And I really look forward to everything that's to come out of it. So thank you.
Next, we have Ed Hart. Ed, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. I also want to thank the EDC. EDC to me was very special because we had city council members, we had planning commission members, and we had the stakeholders group and the city all at the same place, which it's a fantastic dynamic. I wish we could do it more often. I think it was very special. I want to thank everyone for making that space available and opportunity for city to grow. I also want to, I need to mention that we really are, I mean, when Stacy was talking about how much something costs and which is great, and Suja was saying that some of the things may take longer and so on and so forth. All of that is good and dandy, but in reality, we are in competition with Redondo, with Manhattan, with the Point, with Manhattan Village. And if these ideas show up, I mean, after 2 years, these ideas show up and never gets done, and we are just want to make it look like we're doing something, I don't know if that's really good. I hope things get done. I hope we need, we get more things to get done, because it's all about life is going really fast, isn't it? I mean, information age and things are happening, and we have the economy is slowing down, and so many things going on. So please be generous with your thoughts and with your support, because times is going to be tough. Well, thank you very much. Anyways, thank you very much, and wish you all well. Bye.
Next, we have Matt Mccool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, once again, Mayor DeToy, City Council staff, Matt Mccool. I had followed this for the last 2 years. Two things I wanted to go ahead and point out is I don't think the left hand knows what the right hand is doing if we're going to go ahead and support Shines. And Shines initiative is probably the greatest assault on business I have ever seen in my entire life. Second issue is we talked about outdoor dining and lane reconfiguration. This is a lie, and I've talked about this over and over again. You don't need to reconfigure the lanes to have outdoor dining. There's on-street dining decks and there's off-street. So stop combining the two. That is the biggest lie ever. Well, one of the points I brought up in multiple meetings is the safety issue. That there's a major safety issue in the downtown area, and we're not aggressively prosecuting crime as outlined in the ICMA report. But of all this, I want to go ahead and refer back to the 2017 City Council candidate debate put on by the Chamber of Commerce about government regulation and how I differ between Stacey Armato. Madam City Clerk, if you could play that video, please.
Restaurants are going through a great. I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Right now, there are a substantial amount of commercial vacancies and a high turnover rate for Hermosa businesses. Retail, bars, and restaurants are going through a great deal of economic pain due to soaring rents, increasing minimum wage, the inability to compete with internet retailers, and government regulation. What should the city do, if anything, to help local brick and mortar businesses alleviate these burdens and to help them thrive? Stacy.
Thank you. I feel like I answered this a little bit on my earlier question, but to reiterate, we need to have a better process between the city and potential and existing businesses, just to really streamline the coordination between what the city's asking for and what the businesses want and how timely they want it. The city council is always here to help, when asked. Sometimes those situations get complicated, but we're here to help. We helped with A-frame signs, we helped with holiday parking hours, and we're here to help. We're here to help with sidewalk sales. If there's help that the chamber would like to share with us, we're here to help. Matt?
Thank you, Julie. As far as the city and how they can help business, I think one of the most terrifying things for a business owner is for the government to show up and say, hey, I'm here to help. If you really want to help, the business, it's really about deregulation. This is the theme I've been saying many times tonight on multiple questions. It is really deregulation. Just get the government out of the way and let the business owner do what they do. Entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs for a reason, and their innovation in this city is being stifled because of regulation. It gets slammed down time and time again. If you really want to unleash the power of the business entrepreneur, let them do what they do best. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Just want to add close with this. Let the invisible hand of the free market take its course. Thank you for your time.
Seeing no other hands raised virtually, just make one last call for public comment on the adoption of the economic development strategy. Joining us in person, you can approach the dais. And there's another hand up.
Yeah. We have Lauren Pena. Your 3 minutes will begin after you introduce yourself.
Hi. Hello, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
I just want to make sure. Hi, this is Laura Pena. I want to thank the mayor, council members, city staff, Suja, Christy. I cannot thank you enough. I really appreciate the fact that a lot of business owners, property owners that made up the stakeholders group got to connect with the city staff, our planning commissioners, and literally all of our council members. So this was an amazing opportunity, considering the inception of it when we talked about it in March 4th, 2020 meeting, that we were looking at much brighter pastures and then the pandemic hit. So the fact that the city was able to pivot was incredibly helpful to our business community, to our residents, and I can't thank you enough. One of the things that I noticed, and I appreciate Brian Dunn and Jessica Accomando who are there actually speaking from their experiences, is that we all got to connect, we all got to know each other, we all got to create a synergy with our city staff, with our council, with our commissioners, and it created a bond of trust. And one of the things that I cannot stress enough, and I think Ed Hart was illuminating to this, is that we have trust. And if it gets broken because of lack of follow through, lack of accountability, lack of transparency about where this goes, it's an incredible missed opportunity. And I want you guys to know that I intend to stay on top of this. I am deeply, deeply passionate about these economic development strategies. I think a lot of them could be streamlined. And that came up in our meetings that we have 30 when we could have had 10. But nonetheless, I think it's important to keep that relationship with our business community, with our business owners. And as council member Campbell was saying, being able to check in is incredibly important. I don't want this to end up on the shelf. And I don't think anybody in the city wants that either. So I look forward to follow up. I look forward to seeing this come to fruition. And I think as business owners, we are your best referral. When we have people, friends that want to open businesses in our community, they come to us. And so I want to be able to say that this is the best little beach city in regards to how it's treated by its city staff and government. And so it's important that we keep that line, that we keep that trust, and we keep that accountability. So I want to thank everybody for their contribution, and I look forward to making this happen.
Thank you, Laura. One last call for public comment. If you're joining us virtually, mouse down the bottom of your screen or dial *6 if you're joining us by telephone. Or *9, I forget. Seeing no other hands raised, no one at the dais, I'll close public comment and bring it back to my colleagues for any comments or deliberation or motion. Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Campbell, for your work on this. Thank you for everybody's work on this. I will just say at the outset, unfortunately, I'm not ready to support it. And I think Laura's comments were exactly what I'd been thinking, which is, given the size of the group and the number of voices in the room, it's not surprising that there are 30 items in the document. It's a bit unwieldy at 30. And so because it's important that this document be implementable and succeed for the reasons Laura mentioned, which is, executing on what are our highest priorities, delivering on what was discussed at the meeting, it is important to refine it. And in large part, there's an important distinction between the various stakeholders that are involved. You got the private sector and you have the public sector, which here is the Chamber of Commerce primarily, and then the city on the other side. And you've got to define who takes the lead on these things, both financially and in terms of workload. There's a lot of good things in here that the city would take the lead on that would definitely move the ball in a way that we all agree on. There's stuff in here that I think the Chamber would need to take the lead on. A couple of examples are the Business Improvement District. I'm not eager to have the city spend any more time on that issue. It's an issue that the business community needs to take ownership of and move forward. We know the dynamic. If the business community can't get there because it's got a couple big players who don't want to pony up the money to have a business improvement district, there's no sense in the city spending a bunch of staff time trying to get that adopted. It's been talked about for years. It's not a mystery. Another one is a community survey. I could see a joint community survey where it includes information that the city would like to gather and also information that our business community would like to gather. But I don't think we want the city in position to try to fund or anticipate the questions that we would want to ask to do essentially a market survey, which would be something that the chamber would be better suited to do. There's also in here, because of the amount of items or the number of items in here, redundancy. Just a couple of examples are items 3 and 8, which I think are essentially beautification items. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but as I was saying at the outset, it's a bit unwieldy, and I think the work that's gone into this document is good work by a lot of people, spending a lot of time on it, but I think further refinement would improve its prospects for success by improving its implementability and our ability to track the implementation of it and to be able to ultimately deliver on the specific items that are in the plan. I do understand that it is a strategy and it can be characterized as a framework, but it's going to naturally set expectations, as the commenter pointed out. And it should, because it's the result of a lot of work from a lot of people. We want a strategy that can be successfully implemented, that can deliver on these things, that can build on the lines of communication that have been opened and make everybody happy. But this document, in my opinion, needs some additional work to refine exactly what the priority items are, who's going to take the lead on them, and otherwise flesh out, our path from adopting the strategy to implementing it and delivering on its goals. So, for that reason, Mr. Mayor, I will not be able to support adopting the strategy as it's currently constituted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Campbell?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be very pleased to pass this plan as presented this evening. I think Jesse said it even better. It's not just a long-range plan and intention, it's a vision. It's one that this city has needed ever since I've lived here and just been a resident banging around before I even got involved in city events. I've always felt that Hermosa was the most awesome South Bay city ever, and it was just felt a little disjointed in and around town. Felt fragmented is the term I used to always use. The mayor did a superb job thanking everyone involved. I appreciate that. And all I'll add is this was one of the more time-intensive subcommittees of the City Council. It was a former Brown Act, noticed, required staff at all levels to come to the table and run and agendize our meetings and follow up, et cetera. The fact that we had 2 commissioners and 2 council members for 2 years talking about the direction of the future of our economic equation, I don't think has ever happened in this city. I think it's maybe going to go down in Hermosa Beach as one of the biggest silver lining gifts of COVID-19, because as somebody said, that's where this all began. We had to jump through hoops in heartfelt responsiveness to what was going on in our country and how it was impacting everyone in businesses all over the place. And so what we have now is we have a conversation, we have relationships we've never had between not only the businesses in the city, and again, I've heard forever that there was always a desire to have closer contact, more more interaction, more clarity, more alignment. We now are well on the road to that as a result of COVID and the economic development focus and the efforts. But we also have the business community, and that includes the business owners, it includes property owners, it includes commercial real estate brokers who keep their eyes on the trends and they see what's coming. I learned so much from all of these voices, and I think that we are extremely well served to now have voices at the table that shed light on how to look at this. We have another thing that has always struck me about Hermosa is we have a very small economic and commercial equation to deal with, and it's ripe with assets, but it always occurred to me that we have to be really careful to curate that in a way that optimizes every single square inch as best we can. And a lot of things, these intentions imply long-term conversations, more community involvement. We also have, as some of the voices have weighed in tonight, a lot of shifting going on in the way people work and live and play. Also the way that they shop, the way that they engage with commercial entities. So my absolute, I don't think we could ever nail everything down with enough clarity to say that this is not a living, breathing, fluid document. It has had a great deal of attention. I am actually, what I would say to my colleague, Councilmember Massey, with a lot of good questions, very reasonable questions, that there needs to be a lot of refinement and perhaps distillation. I think that will be the business of the next phase, which is to me, the implementation phase, to move forward with an open-ended conversation. There are already concerns that this could get lost, put on a shelf, that we could lose the ability to have meaningful conversations that would help drive this. As I look back at the 30 priorities and how they're laid out, there was a great deal of discussion about early prioritization, and that was a hard one because everything seems like it's important. There was also discussion about who would take responsibility for some of these things, who would take the lead. My experience working with everyone is that everyone fully understands that this is a collaboration. It is about the future of Hermosa. It is about meeting the present and the future in a way that is comprehensive, forward-looking, but on task. And I think that this plan provides us with plenty of meat on this bone now, again, bones we've never had, to move ourselves forward and to ride the wave of the energy that has been generated as a result of all of these conversations. And I just really, I want to echo my deep thanks for every single person who came to a lot of meetings, a lot of in-between meetings, answering all kinds of questions, providing all kinds of input, reading documents, providing thoughtful input all along the way. And my colleagues on the commission, I feel the first time as a fifth-year council member, like we have a bridge between the Planning Commission and the council that is incredibly important to fuel and to build upon and to expand. I'm happy, for example, that we are now in a position to bring the full council and the full Planning Commission to bear on what we have here. That is probably most of it. Christy, she has been the face on the staff side, although so many people, and I guess I learned something new tonight. Apparently, our staff on the city side met on their own a couple of times a month in service of this plan, in addition to the commission, the subcommittee meetings and the stakeholder advisory meetings. So I'm forever grateful for all of that input. We are working on our zoning after 30 years. It's very tedious. We've got to marry this conversation with the rest of that process as we're talking about how to create what anybody and everybody who has an expert opinion to bring to bear on the present moment, that we build for flexible use so that the markets can drive the successful outcomes that we want, that our residents want, our visitors want, and it will allow them to succeed and thrive well into the future. But I'm very proud of the progress thus far, and I humbly ask that this council and councils to come keep your fingers on the pulse of the progress so that this can finally become an even more pristine, kind of equation of economic vibrancy and placemaking and just more awesome Hermosa things to do. And with that, I will close my comments. Thank you, Mayor DeToy.
Thank you for your comments. Looking to my left. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Christy, and everybody else for all their hard work. I've been following this for the last year or so, and I appreciate the efforts of everybody involved on the community side as everyone within our city hall. So thank you for the extensive work in putting this together. The one thing that council member, is it Jackson or is it, okay. The good doctor mentioned was, I look at this as an outline, and you use the words refinement and distillation that I think are imperative if we're going to do anything with this. We've got 30 recommendations. I think that's probably 15 to 20 too many from my mind. I mean, some of these can be combined. I look at number 9, which was number 2 on our priority list. Ed Hart talked about hoping things get done. And number 9 on the master list, but number 2 on our priority list is the business improvement district. And the key in that is if desired by downtown property. And, for as long as I've been involved in the city, I've been hearing about business improvement districts. And, there's been a lot of talk. I've yet to see any action. And if this is something that the downtown business community is not interested in, because it says if desired, and I'm not sure that the desire is there. So if it's not desired, let's just cross that out and not waste any more time with it, because it doesn't seem like we're moving forward substantially with any real effort to implement a business improvement district. That's just from my vantage point. It's been a lot of talk, and we're willing to cooperate. Let's do it, but I've not seen anything. So that certainly should be on the city if the downtown businesses do not desire a business improvement district. We talk about facade improvement. We know there are many businesses within our community that need a facelift. Is that on the city? Should that be the city's responsibility to do that? So you look through this, and I see the requirement for refinement and distillation and fine tuning, and I would be willing to support it if that is the end state moving forward, because I couldn't support this in its current form, but if it is just an outline and a blueprint and a start point, I think it's certainly a great start point, because I support so many of the things in here with regard to beautification, wayfinding signs, our business corridors which need improvement. So there are a lot of good things in there that I think we should certainly glom onto as a start point, and then refine this, as Councilmember Campbell mentioned in her comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Campbell.
Mayor Detour, I just wanted to add a couple things to that, two quick things. One is with regard to the bid, and if we look at our neighbor to the north, they have a couple bids, 3 bids. After 2 years of digging into this, one of my conclusions has been that perhaps the lack of a bid in Hermosa Beach has to do with the fact that we were not in a unified conversation. And I know when I was running for council, I had a business owner from Hermosa take me to some Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce meetings because he was trying to point out how involved they were and that there were council members and the mayor going to those meetings with the community, with their chamber and their bids. So, you know, there's a little bit of a chicken egg element about this, the comments and discussions so far. And I feel like there's a lot of fuel in the tank and goodwill and focus and momentum. And we've got a whole new Chamber of Commerce that has turned around extraordinary results in a very short amount of time. We are on a roll, and we need to be able to ground a map towards the future that we know we will probably make all kinds of adjustments. And distillation, bucket things, streamline, absolutely. That would be a great exercise that I hope that we would all engage in. And just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Armato, do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I can't stress enough how grateful I am for the work that was put into this. I really, really sincerely appreciate the time and energy that went into it. I'm going to support it. I've expressed my concerns that, you know, we don't have even a range of dollar figures to go with these, but when I'm weighing this on balance of the benefit to our businesses and our community and our city, and hoping that we can budget for these items in the years to come, in this year and the years to come, that outweighs leaving it out. But you know, I think moving forward, it's better, even if it's a guiding document, to give us some indication of the expense that it could potentially or will potentially cost the city. But I'm here to support it tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo what Councilwoman Campbell Jackson was saying. The
Campbell Jackson?
Campbell Jackson, yes. Dr. Campbell Jackson. There's been a lot of work that put into this. You know, we already have 10 of them underway right now, and as Madam President Accomando showed us tonight, that the wayfinding first iteration with the QR codes is close to rolling out. We can check that one off the list. I do hear my colleagues concerned about, you know, the constant talk about a bid. And if there is no interest, we can cross that one off the list. And if we're able to get these 10 done over the next 6 months to a year, then that list is getting a lot more achievable and refined as we continue to make progress on this. I think this is a great document. We spent a lot of time, a lot of Mondays together, a lot of stakeholder groups every other week. And I think Laura Pena did mention it great in her comment that there's a lot of trust that's built up. This subcommittee was voted on and supported before the pandemic, and you know, quickly pivoted to survival for our businesses. And then in the last 6 months, 8 months of its existence, we really pivoted into creating this document, which a lot of staff time was put in, a lot of stakeholder input and refining of these items were put in. I feel very content with in the flow chart of the legend of who's responsible for the project. There's a ton of partnership and I know Jesse is just full of time over there at the chamber and, you know, is able to help us augment the city staff in these projects. And there will be kind of a dual responsibility to see this through. You know, even though we're not in the, we don't have the stakeholder group that the city's facilitating anymore, the chamber took on that role immediately and is having these monthly meetings. I assume they're monthly, but more constant meetings to make sure that all of our words that we put into this document aren't just words, that there's a guiding framework and we have a vision for economic development in Hermosa Beach. As I said, I'm very proud of this document, and it's something that's been a long time coming. So I am eager to support it, and just to respond to my colleagues' concerns about how long the list is, it is a long list, but we need to do a lot. And a lot of them, as I mentioned earlier, are in the progress, close to being done, or already being done. And so over the next 5 years, 6 years, when we get some of the longer-term projects, including the zoning update and how it all coalesces into something that the business community and the community at large will enjoy. You know, we're competing with Manhattan Village, The Point, all these business districts and commercial developments around us, and how we can support our small businesses and keep small businesses in town versus turning into a chain restaurant location, which I'm sure they're all chomping at the bit to get into. And so as I said, I'm eager to support this. I'm proud of the work and just grateful for all the work that the colleagues put in and also the stakeholders. It was a immense undertaking, and you know, the staff and Christy did a great job of coalescing this into one document. So with that, any other comments or a motion? Yes, Councilwoman Campbell.
I'm happy to make a motion. I meant to say one other thing, your comments brought it up, and that is just that a lot of these things have been talked about by councils past and chambers past for years and years and years. Wayfinding has been on the list, more attention to lighting. So to me, this has just been kind of like gathering up a bunch of pieces that were laying around, that were implied in Plan Hermosa, and blowing out the conversation in a way that gave us some sense of what the possibilities were, what our biggest opportunities are, and the time is now to pursue them. So I meant to add that this is not just a whole new list of 30 things, it's gathering things and trying to put them in the right piles. And, you know, I'm sure we'll pivot in ways that we'll come up with some stuff that's even better a year or two down the road, and we'll add it to the list. If the moment directs us in that way. So if people are ready, I'm happy to make the motion.
Go ahead.
All right. I move that the City Council approve a resolution in Attachment 1 adopting this economic development strategy and direct staff to begin on identified first-year implementation priorities.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any last comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And what's next on our agenda?
Item 14B, award of contract for project management services for development of a parks master plan to Catalyst Consulting.
Welcome, Lisa.
Hello again. Are we ready? Sorry. Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, staff is recommending City Council award a contract for project management services for the development of a new parks master plan to Catalyst Consulting. I wanted to begin tonight's report with some background information on the parks master plan. The city's most recent Parks Master Plan was adopted in 1990. It provided guidance to the city for the orderly development of parks, facilities, open spaces, and recreation services through the year 2010. Since 2010, the city's recreation facilities and services have evolved, including the addition of new facilities and services. Some of the examples of this include the addition of our Hermosa 5 Senior Activity Center, our Park After School program, the expansion of Edith Rodaway Park, the addition of South Park, a community garden, and a skate park. I thought it would be beneficial to share that following my review of the 1990 Parks Master Plan, I can share that goals were met that came from the plan, including the recommendation for more parkland, since we had the expansion of Edith Rodaway and the addition of South Park, the development of a seasonal recreation brochure, which the department has produced for at least 20 years now, an upgraded community center, the addition of our skate park, and the addition of the community garden. So those were all goals that were outlined in the 1990 Parks Master Plan. It is very common for cities to adopt a new Parks Master Plan every 20 to 30 years. It has been 30 years since our most recent plan, therefore we do need a new Parks Master Plan that reflects where we are now. The Parks Master Plan will serve as an action plan. It's an implementation document to provide a comprehensive strategy to maintain, rehabilitate, and improve the city's network of parks, facilities, open spaces, and recreation services, to reflect the needs of the community through numerous community engagement tools. It's going to outline immediate goals, short-term goals as in 5-year goals, and long-term goals as in 10 to 20-year goals, based on that community engagement and in line with our general plan. It is important to note that the development of this action plan does not preclude immediate action needed to enhance our parks, facilities, open spaces, and services. We will continue to act on items that need immediate attention and continue to make improvements or modifications as possible. To oversee the development of a new Parks Master Plan, the city has allocated funding within CIP project number 538 for a project manager to assist with the additional workload of the Parks Master Plan to the Community Resources Department. We recommend John Jones serve as the project manager, who is the principal owner and sole employee of Catalyst Consulting. John has significant experience in the field of parks and recreation. He served as project manager for several high-level parks and recreation capital improvement projects for the City of Torrance in his position as Community Services Director, as well as management of several significant park improvement and enhancement projects with significant community outreach. Following his retirement from the City of Torrance, John Jones created Catalyst Consulting in December of 2020 to provide recreational services to municipalities, including project management, strategic planning, organizational assessments, executive coaching, and more. Additionally, John Jones did serve as our intern community resources manager for the City of Hermosa Beach from February 2021 to June 2021. And he recently served as interim community services director for the City of El Segundo from March 2022 to June 2022. With John Jones' experience and knowledge of the South Bay, and particularly the City of Hermosa Beach, we are extremely confident in the services that Catalyst Consulting can provide. I would like to share that I have personally been in the field of parks and recreation for 20 years, and I've had the privilege of working alongside many parks and recreation professionals, amazing parks and recreation professionals. And John Jones is one of the most experienced, passionate, and dedicated professionals I have had the pleasure to work with and to learn from. We are recommending a 2-year contract in the amount of $105,000 over the next 2 years, and to allow the community resources manager to establish a 20% project contingency in the amount of $21,000 for additional services if needed and if approved by the city manager. This is under budget by $24,000, as we had anticipated $150,000 for these services. The scope of services will include, but is not limited to, the development and issuance of the next RFP for the consultant to actually develop the Parks Master Plan, serving as the first point of contact and liaison to the chosen consultant, providing oversight and management of the chosen consultant, ensuring they stay on track and meet our desired timeline, distributing city information such as our stakeholder contacts, maps, diagrams, policies, etc., to the chosen consultant, and organizing and scheduling our regular internal staff working group meetings. This does conclude my staff report, and at this time, I would like to invite John Jones to the podium. And we, of course, are open for any discussions you may have for me or for John Jones. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome.
Good to see you again. I really have no more comments to provide. Lisa did a fabulous job. I blush at all the comments she's given me. I would like to say, though, that this profession means much more to me than just a job. I have been in this profession for well over 40 years. I choose to stay in this profession. I am still very engaged with this profession in the state level, in the national level. And I've been retired for 2 years, but this profession means more to me than what retirement's about. And I love to just give back. And I had such a wonderful experience when I did get a chance to serve under Suja and under the council in that interim opportunity. And I really found quite an attraction to this city and its residents and the growth and the opportunity that's here. So when this opportunity came forward, I seized at the opportunity to say, how can I help? And since I am a consultant now, I figured if my services can be of use, I'm happy to do so. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll look to my colleagues for any questions. Councilwoman Campbell?
I posed a question to staff earlier. I'll just bring it up now in case anybody else has the same question in the public. And it's about how comprehensive the areas that will be considered inside of this process, and did it include the community center property? So if you want to say a little bit about how that fits into this, that would be great. Thanks.
It'll be very comprehensive. It will include all the rooms, the theater, the skate park, the tennis courts, and the way that we use those spaces. So, through the reservation system that we have, through the contract class program that we have, that utilizes our recreation facility. So we'll look at all of those things, all the areas.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. And I just want to say, apparently now we know Lisa started working at 10 years old, and apparently you did too, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't have this question prepared, but I was using a local city's public pool earlier today. And would this look into any partnerships with other municipalities for maybe a JPA agreement with other cities? Because I know that during this last council election that there was some talk about, where we could have a public pool in Hermosa Beach, and if it isn't feasible in our geographical area, kind of getting creative with other municipalities, not just looking in our 1.4 square miles, looking outside our boundaries a little bit for other amenities and partnerships that are out there.
Certainly. Well, you certainly can, because this is the opportunity to bring those things forward to the RFP for the master plan consultant. You might want to consider also joint use agreements with your school district. There's other opportunities there. They often times have land, and if land is an issue, and JPAs are wonderful too for financing and developing cohesion. But I think all of the above is something we should look at as a bigger source for growth for the city of Hermosa.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right. Madam City Clerk, can you queue up public comment, please?
This is a time for members of the public to address the council on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment. I did not receive any public speaker cards, and I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Thank you for that. One last call for public comment on the awarding of a contract for the project management services for the park master plan. If you're joining us via Zoom, mouse down the bottom of the screen, raise your virtual hand. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to my colleagues for any comments, deliberation, or motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
Sounds good.
I move that we award a contract for project management services for development of a parks master plan to Catalyst Consulting in the amount of $105,000 over 2 years. Authorize the community resources manager to establish a $21,000 project contingency. Authorize the city manager to approve contract amendments up to the amount of the approved project contingency, and authorize the mayor to execute and city clerk to attest the proposed contract in attachment 4, subject to approval by the city attorney.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Now that there's a motion and a second, is there last comments?
I just wanted to add one comment, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short, but in the time that you were here, John, we got so much done, and it was incredibly impressive. We worked together on a subcommittee that I don't know that we had moved much forward in a long time, and you helped us chart that path forward. And I saw the work that you did in El Segundo. They were very pleased too, and we're lucky to have you, assuming we get the support tonight. So thank you, and thank you very much for being here. It means a lot.
No, thank you for your comments.
Yes, Councilwoman Campbell.
My quick ad, thank you, Councilmember Armato, I agree. And this is another one that's been in the queue for a very long time. So I know there were a few concerns about spending money on a study, and I thank the commissioners for coming in earlier, the Parks and Rec commissioners, to shed some light on that, and that we want to do things professionally. If we don't, we miss opportunities. We could waste money if we don't approach this the right way, and I do support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, good to see you again. This is an extraordinarily important city resource, our parks. Obviously, we have a relatively new Community Resources Department director, but obviously one who's very able. Her ability to work alongside you in preparing a document as important as a Parks Master Plan that hasn't been updated in approximately 30 years is going to be critically important. Your long experience makes you an expert consultant for us, given the importance of our city parks to us and all the other factors present. I view the value proposition as definitely present here in the contract, and I'm going to be happy to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? I'll gladly support this. I have a 4.5-year-old critic at home, so if we mess this up.
It's a high priority. I
Yes,
understand.
yes. All right. Yeah. And we have another one coming down the pipe who's going to be enjoying the parks in about 6 months. So
As they should.
with that, Madam City Clerk, could you queue up a vote, please?
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John.
We'll be working together.
Thank you, Lisa. Next item, please.
Yes, item 14C, vacancy, civil service board term expiration, schedule applicant interviews. Mayor and members of the City Council, on April 26, 2022, the City Council directed the city clerk to advertise for applicants to fill the civil service board term due to expire July 15th. The position was advertised through e-notifications. A notice was posted on May 9th, 2022 on the city's website and was also published in the Easy Reader, as well as advertised on social media, with an application filing deadline of 6 p.m. on Wednesday, June 29th, 2022. We received 3 applications from Catherine Jones, Thor L. Lakevold, and James C. Pettis. Staff recommends City Council approves interviews to take place at 4:15 p.m. prior to the regular meeting of Tuesday, August 9th, 2022, with an appointment to a 4-year term that will expire July 15th, 2026, made later that evening at the regular City Council meeting. And the city clerk's office has confirmed with the 3 applicants, and they are available on Tuesday, August 9th at 4:15. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions? Is everyone able to make the 4:15 on August 9th?
Mr. Mayor, I think I can. Our next agenda item is the tentative future agenda, and there is an item for an appointment to the Civil Service Board for a 4-year term on our July 26th meeting. I assume that's in error, and this is going to be calendared for August 9th, this particular item?
That's correct. And initially, we did have the July 26th meeting date for interviews, but one of the applicants was unable to make that date. But all 3 applicants are available on August the 9th.
Good catch on that. Any of my colleagues have any questions for Madam City Clerk? All right. Can you queue up public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. This is the time for members of the public to address the council on this item only. Each speaker is limited up to 3 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to unmute yourself and please state your name for the record before starting your comment. I do not see any virtual hands raised.
One last call for public comment. I see no one in chambers approaching the dais. If you're joining us by Zoom, mouse down the bottom of your screen, raise virtual hand. Seeing none, I will close public participation and bring it back to my colleagues for any comments, deliberation, or a motion. Councilmember Massey.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we schedule interviews with Civil Service Board applicants on Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 at 4:15 p.m. to fill 1 vacancy for a 4-year term ending July 15th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is second. Any last comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Bring us to future agenda items.
Item 15A, tentative future agenda items.
Any of my colleagues have any comments on that? Yes.
I do, several, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Madam City Manager, we are, as I understand it, going to have an early start to our closed session on July 26th to accommodate a lengthy closed session with respect to our labor negotiations with our various bargaining units. Given that, and the fact that there are the cannabis initiative measure and then a cannabis tax measure and then a sales and use tax measure on the agenda that night, is it possible for us to remove any non-essential items or non-time sensitive items from that July 26th agenda? Because we're going to start at 4 o'clock, and that meeting is likely to go long, given the cannabis issues. And you don't have to answer that now, but my request would be that anything non-time sensitive or non-essential be removed from that agenda item, or that agenda.
We will definitely look at that tomorrow at the staff debrief and go over the agenda.
My next question was related to the cannabis item, and that is that if I recall correctly, the last time we discussed the cannabis issue, council directed staff to bring back for consideration by council an amendment to our city ordinance with respect to cannabis retail in the city, to allow council to consider whether we wanted to eliminate the prohibition on delivery of cannabis products into the city. I don't see that item anywhere on the tentative future agenda items. And so if I'm right, it's a concern of mine that we deal with that issue before the November initiative is voted upon. And so can you give me an update on that, or give us an update on that?
Absolutely. So we are evaluating the timing to bring that back, considering how packed your 26th agenda is. It doesn't seem reasonable to bring it on that date, but we will absolutely bring it at a good time before the November election.
Okay. And then my last two are just items that we've touched on before, but we haven't brought back. One was the sidewalk ordinance. You recall that was basically property owner's responsibility for the parkway, or I forget what the terminology was. And then the second item was the modifications to our agenda. I think I see the sidewalk ordinance on our tentative future agenda items. I don't know if I see the modifications to our agendas. When are those going to come back, if we know?
The sidewalk ordinance, City Attorney Mike Jenkins and I will regroup on when to schedule that. We have done some work on it since it last came to the council, as we mentioned we would, and as you directed us to. On the modification of the agenda, with our new city clerk in place and settled in, she is also working with City Attorney Jenkins, as she has several recommendations for him to consider, and so they are both coordinating.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? All right. And that will bring us to item 16, which is adjournment. Tonight's meeting adjourns to Tuesday, July 26th at 4 p.m. for a closed session, followed by open session at 6 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight.